Hello, good morning, welcome. We are in Pristina, Kosovo, and this is European Rapid Chess Championship 2025. I'm Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. With me is my co-host Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic, and we are about to start round 6 in few minutes. Alojzije, what is your thoughts
I'm
today?
very excited. The second day of this tournament, rapid portion. Let's go to the playing hall because players are already seated. Most of them, they are coming. And yeah, you see that things are about to start.
In few seconds,
yes.
probably, arbiters are now checking the players. We do have fair play measures. Everyone who goes to the playing venue, they are scanned by the device. This is the fair play measures. We see the first board.
Yes, Warmerdam versus Lagarde. If I'm not mistaken, they should be close in age. Maybe Lagarde is a little bit older.
It is older, yes.
Yeah, but yeah, very similar type of players, very experienced, although young, and they know a lot of theory. They represent their national teams, Netherlands and France, so they know each other quite well. I believe that Max, knows a lot about Maxime. Same for Maxime. If I'm not mistaken, Vasily Ivanchuk is chatting with some player, maybe his opponent.
I just saw him going back. I think in his room. Probably he forgot something. Just
maybe accreditation or something.
Yeah, possible. We see that Daniel Darda is missing on the board a 5 with black pieces. Very likely he will just join in few seconds. Alojzije, we do have 4 participants with 5 points, 5 out of 5. I thought that we have more than 300 participants and we will have more players with perfect score, but no, those are only 4
it's
players.
quite tough to score heavily in this event. What I like here, it's some kind of clash of young generation. It's a nice message, huh? You see profile of the players, they are young, they are good, they know a lot about chess, so it's really nice to see them, but it's also nice to see the playing hall. A lot of, we can call them hobby players, club players, amateurs, combined with top players. We don't have many women players, but we have some, which is nice. I see some arbiters and clocks starting.
There we go. The clock started round 6, the first game of the day. We do have 6 games today to go, and it will be the finals. And today we will have the new European Rapid Chess Champion. They're playing very fast. These guys, you just woke up a few minutes ago. How can you do that?
Yeah, and it seems that this is Marozzi setup. And Queen B6, this is a known sideline. Forcing black is forcing white to move the knight. We can add a board to show you a bit what's happening.
The board in the studio, we were praising yesterday the venue we have. It's such a nice one, and I like this dark setup. Looks very classy. Everyone dressed in dark as well today.
So this knight is targeted with 3 pieces. Looks scary, I believe, Keti, for some viewers.
Yes.
Placing your queen in front of the bishop, voluntarily going for this X-ray, but of course this is known, and it's much easier to play something when you already are aware that this is not dangerous. So here, if takes, queen runs. If you go with knight b5, again, queen runs either a5 or d8, so knight b3 is the main move. Now there are moves like queen b4. Sometimes the point is here that black is waiting for white to come to c3, and then you take on c3, bishop upon c3. Keti, regarding this position, were you favorite of white pieces or black pieces, those kind of setups when knight c3, bishop c3 happens? And it can happen in many openings.
I have seen Tigran Petrosin's game in King's Indian when he gave up this bishop, and I loved it. And I was like, Oh wow, this is so good, but I barely play any opening with fianchetto bishop on g7, so I'm not that side. I think I have played more with double pawns on the c file, so I will still stick with
But
that.
this double pawns, it's typical thing when Grandmaster is playing versus like 22, 23 player. I was that kind of player in my youth, and it's not easy to move on and keep the initiative. And you get outplayed by your Grandmaster opponent, and suddenly you feel, why I allowed this? It's so tough, and I couldn't handle it. This might be an idea of black, but that's why came this queen d2, and I think this is a wise decision. You don't want to allow double pawns in rapid or blitz. F3,
That's right.
and this is now a classical set.
I was wondering, after queen to d2, as white has already set up this battery, how come he didn't play bishop to h6 next move? Because this is the kind of idea that some of our viewers probably like to do, to weaken the dark squares on the king side and then to play some h4, h5 to attack the king. Why it's not in this
it's a
position?
viable decision. I'm saying that usually in commentaries or in some lectures that exchanging opponents' fianchetto bishop, especially around the king, 9 out of 10 is a viable decision. But here the problem is that white plays so many pawns on the light squares, and after taking, black won't castle. Of course, he's deprived of castle. But black will start pushing on the other wing, and it might not be like attacking position, which actually, Keti, probably you had on your mind, that after h4, white will start attacking. If we play castle, let's play castle. Now, I think the story is a bit different. And then here, there would be some chances to go for it. Here, white won't achieve this setup. By the way, as I said, I like the players here, like they are sort of modern. You see haircuts and everything. Yeah, it's quite cool. It's quite cool.
Very cool indeed. And they're kind of role models
Yes.
of the young
Yes.
players. And they're on cameras. This is their work. I like when players are taking
I was
care of their
chatting with Max at the European Club Cup. As you know, this is a kind of event where like top players are hanging on. Mediaro came, and very nice, very polite person, educating, heading for college. As you said, to me, it's some kind of role model of chess, because people who are not following might expect different profile of the people. So this actually now, this what we see on the screen, it's something which it's cool.
It is very cool, and I agree that this is a new generation. With white pieces, Max Warmerdam is 25 years old. With black pieces, Maxim Lagarde is 30 years old. And on the background, we do have 2 junior players as well. This is board 5, but top boards. And in the Swiss system, we never know. They're only half a point behind. So in case if you lose your game, anyone else can just overtake you who are one behind.
Came this a5, which is a typical motive when black starts disturbing white. By the way, I played against Maxime in the Metz Open tournament. At that time, he was 25-50, but then he made a breakthrough to 26-50. I won with some game, but I don't know. I would say that this was the last moment to catch that kind of player to win against him, because after that, he just went to 26-50, and I believe that he was like super stronger. So that actually goes to my CV, but you know, when you're playing against someone, you're sitting there for hours, you're scanning him, it's a different dynamics. And then I realized that he has a great potential. He's a little bit confused with our tricks, like from old dogs. But Maxime is a very good player. Behind them, Darda. Darda, when he's like in a good mood, when he makes some opening which fits his style, and there is a counterplay. I recall winning with the black pieces versus Murzin. Take a look of that game at the European Club Cup. So Darda crashed Murzin like I know, I was shocked because it's not easy to win against Murzin. Murzin is super positional player, and Darda armed with Ivan Sokolov ideas together, and actually that was really, really a true game. And also winning versus Navarra at the European individual with the black pieces, it was fabulous. So Darda is a player who I would say, let's put it this way, he's a player who can play 2800 one game. And you never know, it can be even against Caruana or some. Like others, Max also can play a super strong game, but in different manner, pressing with white pieces and so on. By the way, Max had this tragical draw versus Gavain Jones at the European teams where he was like winning, but then he couldn't find this rook versus bishop idea how to make a breakthrough. Behind him, Amar, very tricky player, Norwegian GM, nervous during the game. By the way, you can see the difference. Max and Maxime, they're quite like calm. They're sitting there while behind them, Darda and Amar, this will be for sure in 5-10 minutes, the whole table will start to shake.
That's true, actually. I had a small chat with Darda yesterday. He's very, very nice, polite, young guy, and I have seen in many events, of course, and I asked how it's going, how was the tournament, the day for him, and he said it was okay, and he has not even lost any single game. He won 4 games and made 1 draw. He had a good tournament, I would say, a good day, right? And it's like, yeah, but you know, the games were fine. Nothing. I think all of them just want to play good game, you know, to be satisfied. Very interesting matchup, guys. Let us know in the chat, who do you support? Who do you think gonna win on the first board? Is gonna be Max Warmerdam with white pieces or Maxime Lagarde with black pieces? Do let us know. Those are the leaders of this round. We do have more people joining them, sharing the first place, and they're playing now on the second board.
Yeah, let's just briefly conclude what's going here. We have suddenly this exchange. Actually, he went for it in a different manner. Yeah, 2 players, unclear what will happen here. Maybe draw is like the most likely outcome. On the board behind them in Amar versus Darda, I don't believe that their draw would happen. It's funny, for example, I was living in like really small, it cannot be even called a town, 5,000 people, close to a bigger town of 100 people. And the name of that it's not a village, but of that place is Darda.
Oh, okay.
So I was living there for a long time. When I see Darda, then it reminds me of my, it's Croatia next to Hungarian and Serbian border. So when I see him, immediately his surname reminds me of my, let's say, hometown. Okay, so what's going on here? Black is playing sort of King's Indian setup with the bishop instead of G7 on E7, and Philidor style, King's Indian style, many similarities. Main thing here, the problem, if this pawn would be on C4, that would be much better for white. Here, this C6 knight dominates. This pawn dominates this knight, and this is the whole concept. You have it in many openings. For example, in this setup, same here, take E, take D, D, and then this, for example, this C pawn again dominates the knight. So this is the concept of this stuff. So let's check the next board. Let's go to board number 2. Let's see how Pehac is playing. So Max Warmerdam we concluded, and Amar that this will be some King's Indian setup maybe at some point, while here we have this classical Maroc. Let's check how Pehac is playing versus Kozul. Pehac is one of the most entertaining players. His openings vary from like totally lost to some masterpiece. I recall his last year game versus Adrakin at the club. Let's bring the board as well against Adrakin, where he was totally winning after like 12 moves with the black pieces versus Adrakin, who is super solid and who won versus Gukesh maybe previous round. So Pehac is that kind of player who can just get a winning position after the opening. He's struggling with his rating. He was 2600.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his bio. He's only 24 years old, and he broke the record of being the youngest Slovakian Grandmaster. And in 2021, during the pandemic, we had a lot of online games, and I remember him actually with this. There was this situation with Boris' girlfriend's mouse slipped and blundered, and Pehat offered him a draw. And at the time, we were quite surprised and shocked by his reaction. Young person at the time, probably he was around 20, 21 years old, and that was such a nice gesture to the chess legend Boris' girlfriend. So I don't remember him, but then at some point I have not seen him much on the over-the-board tournaments.
Yeah, Pehat, you mentioned this hybrid qualification for the World Cup where people were like sitting and playing, some of them online, some of them even on the boards. And yeah, that was
crazy times.
Yeah, there was that mouse leak. And what was like funny that you were paired against your compatriot because, for example, 5, 6 people could play those qualifiers, maybe even 8. And then suddenly you're paired in the next round versus your compatriot and you are sitting next to each other and you play online.
Yeah.
You play online with someone who is next to you. Yeah, Pehat, very talented player, but the thing is, with his way of play, he can end up on 2600 and 2520 till 26. So he needs to change something to keep this kind of chess, like Jobava, Rapport, Mamedyarov, but from time to time to be a little bit more solid and to show his talent a little bit later. He's playing versus Kožul. And, Pehat, first you mentioned Slovakian player. You had in previous time Smejkal as a famous player, but then you had Vtačnik, well-known theoretician. And if I'm not mistaken, Vtačnik is the coach of Sahidi, who is here also representing Slovakia. Movsesyan, it's funny because Movsi, former 2750, knows so many languages, has connection with so many countries. Now they were qualified for World Cup, and I asked him, Movsi, okay, how are your pairings for the World Cup? Who are yours? And then he said, Slovakian. I'm supporting Slovakian. So Slovakian chess, quite promising, and Pehat is now their main star. So here Kožul is playing Najdorf. In previous time, Kožul would play this Rouser, which was his specialty. He saw some article of Panchenko, Soviet Grandmaster, or maybe an IM, and he was so impressed by this opening. You see how funny it was at that time. You suddenly see some article or some game commentary, and that's how you start playing some opening. There was no like online courses, no chance to see it.
Oh, I have seen so many ideas in the books, these old Soviet books that I was reading, and also my Russian is okay, but not that great as I would understand everything. But I was getting so many ideas from those books, and there was my whole repertoire, even the opening repertoire. But the games were brilliant. We liked it. Another brilliant game that we had yesterday was by Kožul against Kovalenko, the game that I have actually downloaded because I want to.
This is actually a sign of quality when Keti downloads the game. If you are in that group, then you are pleased. Kožul was playing this Rouser. By the way, you mentioned books. At that time, it was very tough to get books from Soviet championships, which there was this magazine 64, right? And then Bobby Fischer would come to some bookstore in Serbia to get books from the tournaments. And there was funny story. Someone asked him about some girl, and he said, yes. In terms of is he interested about her? And then he said, yeah, she plays very well. There was a game versus someone at the Soviet championship, and then he mentioned all the moves in the game.
That's so funny.
Yeah. So at that time, it was very important to get the info. So Kožul was playing this Rouser Sicilian, my pet line. So I helped him in reviving it a bit, but then he switched to Najdorf. and also some other. We work on Taimanov and other lines, and here he's playing Najdorf.
The talking about the games, top grandmasters now in the games. I had a brief chat with Richard Rapport, and he says like, "Oh yeah, I saw your game. You played," and he remembered my whole game.
Oh,
And I'm like, you know, this face, you're not saying anything, you're just listening, and your face is getting more and more satisfied. Like, oh, the dude knows my game. He's like top grandmaster, and I'm so happy. And I'm like quiet, not saying anything, you know, I'm just getting all this happiness and looking at him. And I think he understood the moment, and he was like, yeah, you know, like my wife, like she played against you, that's why I know you. And then he started to explain himself why he knew my games. And then I was like, okay, that's because, of course, like probably he was helping her when we were playing chess. But there was the moment of this, you know, satisfaction. The top grandmaster knew my random game. That's so cool.
Cool, so cool. This similar thing happened to me at the European Club Cup. So we were sitting in a bar, let's say afterwards, as I mentioned, this jolly atmosphere, and Mamedjaro came. And we were like speaking at something about some things, and then he said, "By the way, I like your commentary."
Oh.
I said, okay, I was thinking no chance that he's watching.
Yeah.
Huh? Would you expect it? That kind of top player is watching commentary?
I know that he watched the one in Batumi. Because he said, yes, I saw you and Alojzije were showing this game.
So yeah, big
Like,
greetings to Shak,
If he's
fabulous player.
watching right now.
And the thing is, you know, sometimes those top players, they tend to meet many people who are not aware of their legacy. Famous, as we mentioned, famous General Assembly moment when people were asking, Vichy, whom? Vichy Anand. So I know a lot about Mamedjaro, and I played in many tournaments. So I can throw his games. Then I said, you played this fabulous Kosovo when you became a world champion. Then you play against Topalo. Then he said, man, you're right. I said, so I don't know. I think they are also happy that we know about them a lot.
Of course.
Yeah. So what's going on here?
Very interesting. Look at this one. H5 was not the accurate move. The whole concept of H5 was to trade the queens with queen g4. And the best move there was f3 by the engine to stop that happening, the bishop to c1, to kick the queen away, and you have the weakness on h5.
I'm trying to explain, to put an emphasis, that it's very important to know about your opponents. So if I would be Pehac, I don't know how familiar is he with Kosovo, you don't enter endgames. So you have different type of players. You have, for example, players who are well educated in like known and theoretical endgames. They know like all those stuff, Auerbach books, some others, John Nunn, and so on. But there are some players who have this talent for non-theoretical endgames. When you have like ideas with many pawns, will you sack a pawn and get an activity, two bishops being pawned down, and Kosovo is that kind of player. So he doesn't know all the theoretical stuff, but if some endgame, which is theoretical, and he doesn't know it, arise, he's ready to clue it up himself during the game. So if I would be Pehac, I would keep the queens, because Pehac can win versus Kosovo in some complicated game with tactics and so on. But to play queenless position, I think this is not a supervised position against Kosovo, because Kosovo will suddenly start trading pieces. And when he starts trading pieces, he starts maneuvering. And if you don't have a clear way where to go, it can be very tricky to play it versus Kosovo.
Yeah, I think now what White is counting on is the weakness on g4, and maybe he wants to play next move rook to f4 to get this pawn right away. If you have extra pawn, you also have a pair of bishop, and maybe endgame, even very strong endgame player is quite...
Okay, let me try to guess. Let's put some my opinion. So before here, if f3 would be played, I would say that there will be like 70 for Pehac to win the game.
Yeah.
Now, for me, it's 50-50. And I would say here that Kosovo chances to trick him somehow are there. because Zdenko knows how to play. And now you will see that Pehac will start burning some time. Because with engines, it's quite easy. You play rook f4, but maybe he's afraid of some bishop b5.
Yeah, bishop
Stuff.
e5 is the move.
I don't know, some stuff. You can collect, but knight e5 is hanging. It's so hard for human to navigate around those complications.
Exactly, very interesting. We do have also the third board matchup, Mark Anthony Maurits against Radoslav Wojtaszek.
But before that, let's stay with Salgado versus Karashoni because they're playing behind. So let's see what's going on in that game. We have this classical approach, solid line, a5, two bishops on b2 and g2, double fianchetto. I'm not so familiar with Geller, Salgado's opponent. Okay, Keti, remember this thing I was saying, difference between club players and grandmasters, especially top grandmaster. When opponent makes a move and targets some of your pieces, you can do three things. You can work on that, defending or something. You can counterattack a piece of same value or even higher value, and you can ignore. This ignoring is something which is very important in terms of mindset. I love this move. For me, this is a fabulous move. Knight c3. You see those players, they immediately think in terms of ignoring. And now if you take on b2, there is this stuff. Queen, catch, and I love it. So if you want to improve, include this mindset. First to think, your opponent has a threat. Is this a real threat? Maybe I can just ignore it. Maybe I can develop my piece. And by that way of understanding, when you make a move, it makes a huge effect on your opponent because your opponent makes something, some threat, but suddenly this threat is not good enough, which also affects opponent play. So think about ignoring and counterattacking. Don't just play I attack you, you defend, you attack me, I defend. Don't play that kind of chess. This is not a way how you will become a champion. So, knight c3, I love it. Okay, and suddenly Ivan is doing a great job. Okay, the point is here, the takes, but anyway, white is much better. This is a very instructive game, so kudos to Ivan. I like the way how he handled the position, and this is very instructive. By the way, let's just go back to Kosovo. Is something happening there? Okay, Zdenko. Of course, I'm speaking about Kosovo, who is not in his prime. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the story would be different. So he took on f5, which... And now what? Take a look of engine assessment, Keti. It's sort of equal.
Yeah, it's...
this is what I'm saying here. And suddenly, this e6,
equal.
And it's... Okay. Okay. Okay,
Wait,
we have a glitch. This is not the position.
Rook
So
e6
so
and
he
bishop
took on e6, bishop b5. I don't think that Kosovo will lose this game. I don't think bishop b5, knight f6 will be played after bishop f5. I don't believe that Zdenko will lose this game, and I think there is a big chance that he wins. So you see, if Pehac would be like more careful and in a better shape, this f3 would have happened, and then now just last move, let's see, will knight f6 come? Yeah, Zdenko will play knight f6. Yeah, he knows where to place the pieces.
And after rook to e5, you can also just get back knight on d7 because the bishop.
But here is the point: if you takes, there is rook f1 mate, which is nice. No, knight f6 coming. Yes, I know him, guys. Now I would like put a house on him that he won't lose this. Yeah.
Wow, that's a huge trust. Alojzije, I would like to go to the game of our first seeded player, Jaime Santos, is playing on the board 8. He just played a wonderful game and managed to win the queen. If we just see a few moves here.
Yeah, let's go to number 8. let's see what's going on with the camera. So it was some line which opening was that. It was Nimzo Indian. Okay, e4. And you mentioned that he has won the queen.
Let's have a little board on the
Okay,
screen.
I like this artificial. Let's get the board. Artificial castle. This is nice how it happens. So it was Nimzo Indian. Knight e2, knight g3. Here there is a c5 move. There are a lot of bishop a6, c5, a lot of moves. And okay, let's see how this. We have a result behind, so he won, right?
He won.
Oh, very nice maneuvering. Sometimes you need to go back to be able going forward.
That was very artistic saying.
Yes, yes, but I love it.
Sometimes you need to go back to go forward.
Yes.
You guys, clip it.
Very
Remember
nice.
it.
Very nice. Actually, if you play this semi-structure, let's get the board back. With semi-structure, it's very important that you understand how to reroute this knight, because sometimes goes to h1, f2, sometimes to f1, e3. Here we have new maneuver that it goes to h3, knight h2, which is something I never seen before. And he just collect the queen in process. Very nice, being a rook up, and Dan is a very polite person, so he resigned. So what to follow? We are staying here. Do you want to check something?
Last game I want to suggest is Mark Andrea Maurizi against Radoslav Wojtaszek.
Okay,
And
let's
here
check
we
that
have
one.
this
Board
position.
number 3.
And I have a question to you.
Okay, but why they are playing? Why they are playing Fischer random? Who allowed them?
Yes.
Who allowed
Do you
them
think
that?
that Black actually made an artificial castle here?
Yes,
Check the last moves.
this
How
is
the
awesome.
rook got on h8.
Oh, no artificial castle from e6. Really? Are you kidding me?
Yes.
No, this is crazy. This is memorable thing.
This is board 3. Andrea Maurizi against Radoslav Wojtaszek.
This is fabulous.
Nice, nice, nice.
So the way how he maneuvered his pieces, this is really awesome. So that the rook would land on h8, h7. This reminds me of this famous game Morozevich versus MVL. This is, from my point of view, the most entertaining game in history of chess. From Bill Festival, this was really like awesome. And yeah, it's really crazy. It's really crazy.
And Black is just good in this position. He spends so many moves.
They're
Castle,
repeating the
rook
moves,
E8,
and
rook
now
e6, rook h6, rook h7, rook h8, and still very powerful idea.
they're repeating the moves, and now Maurizi is deciding either to repeat or go for it. What do you think? I think he will repeat.
He will repeat because
It's not the
I
bad.
think he's quite amazed by this idea. He will just assess the position. It's nothing much here. I like Mark Andrea Maurizi, his style. He's an amazing player. He's very sharp, entertaining, and when he's in a good shape, he's fire on the board. Let's see if he agrees here for the repetition.
Yeah, so this is the position I was checking the game behind, where you have Levan Pansulai. I played him twice. Both times his favorite Benoni. He was a really expert in Benoni. I believe that he still plays his pet line. I lost once in Dubai. He crashed me in a very interesting game. And then second time I was again in Dubai being white. Then I was totally winning. I outplayed him because I came up with some better idea, but then he managed to hold, and it was a draw. But at that time he was 26-20, 26-50. He didn't know too much theory, but he was very skillful in practical play. And here he's suffering a bit. But
when he was a kid, he was.
Sorry, he played a move or not, Maurizi?
Yes, he played a move. And I
Okay,
think
so
he's
we
not
are wrong.
regretting.
No, he's thinking. Ah, he went back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's regretting.
Still.
About Levin Panslaya, we had this famous advertisement of mobile phones, and he was recorded as the main character as a kid, and he had a curly hair, big eyes, and there was one very sweet moment. And when I started to play chess, I was like, wait, I know this for you. He's older than me. He was actually world champion under 16. And
He's a little bit older than me, if I'm not mistaken. I was born in 83, and he should be maybe 82. Okay, we have a draw.
We have a draw on the board 3.
And Tamas is there to immediately... Someone was praising, I think that was Jovan Milovic, Montenegrin Chess Federation president. We were discussing, chatting yesterday, how arbiters are super fast coming.
Yeah,
He said he's playing here in Rapid. I've just made my last move, and we made the handshake, and suddenly arbiter is already there to sign. So it's super, super fast, which I think is very important for this tournament, to have this fast process of getting results and preparing the next round. Players are eager to play immediately. So I think this is kudos for the arbiters team. We have Nikos as the main, as the main chief arbiter, and every others. So they're really doing a great job.
That's true. We are lucky to have a really professional arbiters team here, and it goes really smoothly. Delays we do have, they are not really delays, because when the game lasts for more than an hour, this is a part of the round, so it's not a delay. And we had one game which lasts for 138 moves exactly, so that was quite a long time. But then the things process is happening really fast.
Okay, so here, unfortunately, we have a glitch, and the position is not correct, because I think that here white is on the move. So this is the current position, but with the white on the move, so that's why the computer assessment is wrong. But what do you think? Even if black is on the move, let's forget about the engine. I think this is Kosovo's position already. So I know about those players, and I don't know, maybe younger generations, they don't have info where to go against those players. And you don't want to play this kind of endgame with Kosovo.
Yeah, the point being that the bishop on b2 is locked by the pawns. And also there are the weaknesses on the king side, and white's king might not be the safest in this position. As the rook will get now into the game, there will be bishop also getting back on c6. And imagine if knight managed to get on e3, that's full control of the board. Yeah, I see here some.
So bishop a3 was played, so he allows rook e8. This is interesting. So white just played bishop a3 in this position. So he allows rook e8. What is the point? What am I missing? Then rook e1 is coming. I'm so curious. What's the situation on the clock? Do you see, Keti?
It is 36 seconds for white, and
only 30 seconds. 36 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, this is very tough for Pehac. Very tough. Yeah, Kosovo can even win this championship, which is funny because his rating dropped at some point below 2,500. Yeah. Now he's back a bit, but okay, his main days are over. He's 60 years old. He's like captain of Croatian team, so he's not playing. But it's funny, one player got COVID just prior to the Olympiad in Chennai. And then who played? Kosovo played. Okay, because he doesn't mind playing. He's, those guys who give me just a chessboard. I want to play.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So this game is stuck behind them.
We should ask to our viewers as well, as this is another top board, who you guys gonna win this match. We have Pehac with white pieces and Kosovo with black pieces. The game has already shaped, so let us know in the chat who do you think will take a lead.
You see what is happening? they are blitzing out. So Kosovo played this rook e8, bishop c4. This is not correct position. So what happened here? So bishop c4 was played, takes, and he protects on e5, on c5, king f1, just played knight e4. No, this is very tough for Pehac. He's walking on tiny rope. And he's sort of lost, if you ask me. Yes, so c4 will fall. Yeah, now Zdenko is aware that this is totally winning position and Pehac is making moves under a minute. Yeah, I believe that my compatriot fellow will get to 6 out of 6, which is something. Then holding is also possible, not just winning all the time. How about first board? Let's go there. Let's check how Max Warmerdam is doing. Let's go to board number 1. This is a current position.
We have all the heavy pieces on the board. The remaining pieces are off. And it seems like they're just...
But black seems to be doing very well there.
Yeah, looks good.
But also, maybe white can hold here by exchanging. If white manages to exchange the rooks. Right behind them, Amar versus Darda. Okay, this is super complicated as always. There are less than a minute. Took on e4. What's going on here? Darda is thinking. Okay, people are coming. Spectators. Bishop e3 played by Darda. And at the same time, Max versus Lagarde. H5 played a very good move. So this rook g4 was a mistake. Rook f5 was needed to exchange the rooks. So he went for rook g4, and now after h5, suddenly Lagarde is pressing, and maybe this is already quite tough for Max. Rook f4 back.
Shall I go for queen to c2 to attack the pawn?
Probably, because it seems that the black is perfectly safe. Rook f6 probably doesn't work, just to check. This is only one check, nothing to be afraid of. King is there to escape, so this looks good. At the same time, behind it's a huge mess. Blitzing, Darda is super long time. Amar.
Oh, first check.
Amar seems to be winning versus Darda.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the pawn on b5 is extra. Oh, okay.
So just to remind you, at the World Junior Championship this year, first was Pranav, and then second, if I'm not mistaken, was Amar. So what's the problem here? The problem is, maybe for you, dear viewers, it's easier to follow this game of Max Warmerdam. So let's check this one. Queen g3, it seems that Max has misplayed it completely, and now that Lagarde is winning just takes on e4 and he will be a healthy pawn up. And now Max was shaking his hand in disbelief because it's sort of game over. Rook's endgame, also this is important weakness. And white won't be able to hold everything.
Another Dutch player struggling is Van Forest,
Okay.
seated player. He's actually losing against Alexandre Bakra. Is that son of Etienne Bakra? Do you think?
Don't believe. Etienne would told me that, but I know Etienne quite well, and he's my age.
You don't hide.
Yeah, I would be very surprised that this is his son.
Kind of look like him.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look.
Let's send a message.
It kind of looks like him.
Let's send a message to Etienne. Fabulous moment that he was taking selfie for against Magnus. Yeah, but Etienne he was fabulous player.
Yeah.
No, come on, and also
Grenke,
a coach.
right? It was in Grenke. Wow, we are now on a mission to investigate is Alexandre
Yeah, I sent him a message.
Bakra,
Yeah.
son of Etienne Bakra.
No, I didn't,
very
like-
famous French.
I
grandmaster.
wasn't so direct. Didn't say, is this your son or something?
What did you say?
Yeah, I just sent like Alexandre Bacro connection.
Question mark.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
here Maxime is doing well. Before this event, when he came, he just made some kind of post story, new country unlocked. So Lagarde is also for the first time here in Kosovo. Behind, let's see, now they're checking what's going on behind. Amar versus Darda, it's a mess. Queen versus Rook and a Knight, but it's not so simple to break through. This game will go on. I know that Etienne is his father of a daughter, but also maybe I think that he has two children. So maybe you're right. But how old is Alexander?
21.
Possible, but maybe the time flies. I wouldn't say that this is the case, but
I would say he's
yes,
the son.
yeah,
yes.
okay.
Are they so different?
Come on, if
I
it's his
can
son,
say.
then I will follow his games because I
Actually,
like.
he won and now he will be on the top board.
Very
You have
good,
to follow.
very good. I like Etienne a lot. He's streaming these days. He's great player, my age, 83. When I was like a patzer, he was already sort of getting to become a grandmaster, playing a match versus Karpov at the European Rapid and Blitz for youth. Becoming a grandmaster, being what, 13, 14 years old.
I asked ChatGPT. Is Alexandre Bakra son of French grandmaster Etienne Bakra? Yes.
Come on, I will say Etienne, why did you tell me? Okay, now I will criticize him. He should have told me, yeah. Okay, ChatGPT sometimes. I asked ChatGPT how many Armageddons were in the World Cup.
Yeah.
1 or 2,
Oh,
but
no.
I think it was 3, 4, maybe even more. So what happened here? It was a draw. I
Or
believe
number
that
5,
it was
draw.
a draw. Very nice effort by Darda. Around this point, he was totally lost, -3. But this 97 was a mistake. Not so simple, but maybe Queen B4 was best. B7 also nice tactics. And now some Queen B4 exploiting the pin. So let's go to our main. Let's stay here to see what's going on. There are some technical problems, but Lagarde is there to deliver. Kozul won. I'm not surprised, I told you. I know the profile of the player, but Durjabava is winning.
Is actually winning as well.
Winning.
on the board
We
for-
have Salgado, a little bit misplaying, but he won in the end. Ivanchuk won versus Pajchadze, so you'll see Vasily on top boards. I'm happy about it.
Yeah,
David
that was
Anton,
one crazy game actually. Ivanchuk against Pajchadze.
Kovalenko, not so simple position. Motilov is trying to win. Kadric struggling to win. Blatt is winning.
Shall we? Oh no, the game against Badr Jobava against Erakilic has been finished. Otherwise, it was really nice. This game is just very peaceful. Black is trying to slowly but surely win this game. If you take now the pawn on e7, that's not for free.
Yeah.
Rook e4 comes with a check. You are forced to trade the rooks, and the pawn is far advanced, and you cannot stop it.
Yeah, much faster. Very interesting. Okay, we have a handshake.
So we do have actually two players, Kosovo and Lagarde, 6 out of 6, and we know the pairings after round 7.
Yeah, and they played a few times. You can even check in the database. I would say for sure that they played twice. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, here we have Motilov, many players. Kovalenko, let's bring the board of some of the game. For example, we can come with Motilov game. So he's trying to win. Kovalenko versus Gokerkan is a little bit more interesting. Gokerkan playing on last seconds. But this row is packed of players.
Can't really find the game in the database.
Okay, let me try to dig while we have this situation. Maybe they haven't played before.
I
No,
would be
I'm wrong.
surprised that they would.
Yeah.
There's an edge gap there. And we do have actually the final moments of the round 1. Yesterday we were suggesting our viewers to come back today as this is a weekend. It is cold outside and it is a very nice idea to chill at home, get some coffee or tea and watch pretty nice games.
I would
A lot of people heard us, and you guys, thank you very much for joining us. Please let us know who do you think is in the best shape for this tournament to win. Today we have the rapid portion. Tomorrow we're gonna have the blitz portion. I will stick with my 3 players that I mentioned earlier. I think Wojtaszek is in a great shape. I think Jobava is in a great shape, and Kovalenko is someone that we like to see very much. Now I'm having a space there for Kosovo as well. He's showing his best. So those are my top 4 players in this tournament.
Yeah. I fully agree with you. But of course, Ivanchuk is getting closer. Player like David Anton can be very tough opponent for everyone. So, but let's get the board. Let's see top boards. We still have some games in progress. So,
Rasmus
Kovalenko
is struggling.
Kovalenko is still playing. This is a lower board. Let's go to upper board. Yeah, this is Krause versus Motilov. And here it's very interesting position. Since Black is trying to exploit his good bishop. But this sort of crazy situation.
It is.
Yeah, because there is a bishop and knight like x-raying the king, but this knight on g2 is holding.
Are those 2 extra pawns on h file?
Yes, h4 and h7.
Well, the good news for Black is that the h1 square is light square, so the bishop can be.
Okay, he won a pawn, won a piece.
Ooh,
but now because it's a right square of promotion, he has some chance to win this.
If you take a pawn on h4 now, after knight f5, you're forced to trade the knights, and Alojzije mentioned that it's a right corner.
Yeah, so Alexander is about to win this game. Kovalenko won, so he's back. Hang on.
Is there
knight is on g4, yes, yeah.
Knight f5 now.
And then bishop g2, right?
Yes.
collecting the piece.
If king goes on h5, then...
But it's a
bishop F3.
stalemate.
How?
Oh, Keti.
So beautiful! That's so beautiful.
Knight
Show
F5, let's bring
that.
the... Yeah, and now king H5, bishop F3 is a stalemate. Huh?
Love it.
And now
There's
bishop,
knight
he's
G7.
laughing, he sees the stalemate. Let's bring the board. He's laughing, just to show you. Now he spotted, of course. Okay, Motilov is a good player. Let's just show you.
All the fun.
Yes.
Not
so
making the blunder.
this is awesome. So here what has happened, so Keti was mentioning that if you take immediately that there is knight F5 and I'm on time to defend my pawn and right promotional square, I'm winning. But after, it would be if it would be a blitz, it would be possible that this game ends up in a stalemate, because this is one of the like craziest stalemate I've seen for a while.
Yeah, look at them smiling now. Talking, it is really crazy
Yes.
stalemate.
Let's bring a board just once again to show you the stalemate.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah, so, huh?
Love it.
Yes, it's a stalemate, fabulous one. I really love it.
Yeah, beautiful one. Beautifully done by Motilov.
Yeah. Okay, this is the board right behind, and here we have game still in progress. Keti, will you pronounce the players, or I will do it? Board number 17.
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yes,
Okay, let's try.
Yes. Alexandros Papasimakopoulos.
Not that slowly. Come on, faster.
Wait, Alexandros. I lost it. Alexandros Papasipolikopoulos.
No, you mixed it up a bit. And okay, now then black.
Paulius Pulten. I'm afraid I will say something wrong.
You're breaking your tongue.
Okay, you go.
Oof. Alexandros Papasimakopoulos, Paulius Pultinevicius.
You kind of shorten it.
Yes, a bit.
A bit.
Okay, so what's going on here? So 3 pieces are playing. And although I think that Alexandros, he had quite a good tournament. Winning versus David Anton, winning versus Sadiku, losing versus Kozul.
Oh, you have to give up now the exchange because there was a checkmate on rook to c1, yeah?
But what will happen here? It's an easy win? Rook g2 wins on spot.
Bishop h6.
Rook f2. Sorry, bishop h6. I missed. But now he takes the pawn and that's it.
And that's winning, yeah. Yeah, with the pawn. It would be some draw chances if the pawns are on H or A file, but now that's not happening.
He will push d2 at some stage. That will be like...
D2, king d3. Maybe first rook to h2, just to make sure that you have the
he can go king d4 to stay on d4 and then... Okay. It's still... King maybe should go to b3. Okay, let's think. Still, it's not so easy. D2 should come at one point, but when? Okay. He now realizes that he needs to think.
Oh, hold on. Can we make some moves now? Like,
okay.
Let's go rook to oh, he gives a check. Rook g1. Okay, that's good.
Bishop a6. Okay, what do you do next? Okay, king goes back.
d2.
D2, king c2 always. It's a draw. Oh, yeah. So you shouldn't push d2. So you need to maneuver somehow. Let's say that I go king d4. You go bishop f4. I go king c3, you give check, I go here, you go back, and how do I win? Hang on. So this is the position. d2 should be a winning way at some stage. It's very interesting. It's very interesting how do you win this one. So king d4, bishop f4, king c4, I wait, king b3, I wait.
That's not
I'm not
easy.
sure. It should be winning. But how? I've never seen this endgame. It's probably you should somehow kick the bishop. So you should start chasing the bishop. This is the point. Yeah, he is doing now correctly. You should. And now d2 maybe. If I push d2 now, again king c2, and he is on time to give me check. So you should start chasing the bishop. But I'm not sure, Keti, how do you win this? It's really crazy.
Not easy.
I'm not sure that he sees the winning concept, but white
Look
should...
at table base or not yet?
Yeah, you can. It should be winning. Up. Very interesting position. And it's not simple to calculate now when you are like a bit tired and you need to be cool-headed. He's aware that this is not simple task at all. So how do you win? Have you found some concept?
Not easy, actually.
Okay, now it's obvious. But if you don't allow this king e3, Keti is showing me some line over table bases.
How to go back?
You have some option to go back.
Go back. Okay, let's set up again.
So instead of bishop a5, that he just prepares the check.
Okay, rook b5.
Crazy position.
F8.
This is really crazy position.
Rook b1. King d2. Rook f1. Oh
And?
my goodness. Bishop g7.
No, I don't get the... I would be curious, was this actually explained in some Auerbach book or Dvoretsky? So guys, if you have that info, was this endgame explained anywhere? I would be so curious. Because you need like a winning concept. You don't need the table basics just showing moves. Give me a concept. So where, like, what is important? How do you learn that kind of endgames? You should learn final position. Before,
so what we saw was rook on b2.
Yeah?
And then you are giving d2. You're giving up the rook on b2. And
king e3. No, because always when you push d2, king goes to e2. So rook b2 and then king e3 at some stage. But I don't see why would white allow it. So white should always be prepared to give check on c5 or g5. No, I don't see the winning concept. It's dead lost. People are probably now laughing in the chat. But give me just the position prior to the penetration to e3 with the king. So why should white place his bishop somewhere not being able to give check? So this is my question.
Yeah. I like moves like this, waiting moves.
Okay, now he tricked him or not? No, bishop a5. Yes? What's happening? It's crazy, really crazy.
Rook g2. Rook g5.
Yes, I go. Yeah. Yeah?
King c4.
Bishop e7.
Check.
Yeah.
Check.
Yep.
d2.
King c2. I got the idea now. Okay, thanks, Keti. Now I got it. So the point is at some stage to push d2, to allow king e2 or king c2, then to push d1, and then with
d1.
king d3 you win. So I was showing this, that it's white wants to run to the opposite square of the bishop, being able to stalemate himself. But if it's white king is in other corner, then if you lock him, then there is like checkmate motive. But now he wins. White misplayed it completely. Now it's a checkmate. So here he tricked him with a subtle play. King d2 should have been played, so he allowed king e3. But a great endgame. Is this our last board? Last game? I don't see any games in progress yet. Yeah, we have a...
Oh!
What's happening?
He's...
Claiming 50 moves.
Yeah, I think the Black thought that he's resigning and he wanted to handshake and the guy says no, no, no. Oh, wow.
Okay, this is interesting. Let's catch them where they're going.
Let's follow them. They're going to the arbiter.
So let's count the moves. So when this position happened, it happened Keti move number 82. No, only 20 moves. Yeah, this was the last try.
He had to do what he had to do.
That was in Nakamura. But sometimes you think Nakamura versus Donchenko. Last move before a checkmate, he called. Yeah. Okay, he should resign now.
Because they are going to add the extra time on the club.
Takis Nikolopoulos and Agim Shensiu, arbiters adjusting the things, and the game will move on. But the outcome is now obvious because it's a checkmate. I think White should resign, but he's still playing. And I believe that Paulus is now thinking how to win that endgame. I believe that we can move the board, maybe outzoom a bit to see. Yeah, resignation.
What a game. What a end. This was the last game.
There's still White is sitting in despair.
Yeah. Oi, 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 that's painful. He's not setting up. He needs some moments to digest what has happened. It was Paulus yesterday in the same situation when he was sitting there for a few minutes after the game finished. And there we go.
Yeah,
the
things are
round
getting
6
over.
has been finished. We do have 2 leaders right now, and they will face each other. Kosovo against Lagarde. We don't know the coloring. They both played with the black pieces. So higher rated player usually change the color. It will be Lagarde with white pieces and Kosovo with the black pieces. In the next round, round 7, and we do have a lot of excitement coming because Jobawa won his game, Salgado won his game. We have Jaime Santos getting back to the top boards. We have Jordan Van Forst lost his game, but we do have Vasil Ivanchuk coming on the top boards in the next round, and we will start in a few minutes.
Yeah, looking forward. I played once versus Lagarde. I play against Kosovo. Okay, let me try to guess maybe 20 games or 15 games at least. So I know them quite well, and I'm really excited to see what will happen there. Thanks for following. We will go for a short break. Of course, you can do something now, some small break, coffee, grab a cup of coffee, but please return because there will be many excitement ahead of us.
I also played against Lagarde, just saying this game, and I made a draw.
Bro, Keti,
Yes,
but he's 2600.
Yes.
How come you forgot?
Yeah. He's one of the guys I made a
Keti
draw,
is
so
super
that's
strong.
okay.
Okay, I won versus Lagarde. Keti made the draw.
Yes.
So
Let's
this
see
room,
how Kosovo will do against
yeah,
you.
this room is doing quite well versus Maxime. Joke aside, he's a very good player. He was 2650, and of course, much stronger than me. It's not even a question. Okay, guys, see you very soon. And we are back. Hopefully you are ready. You have your coffee or some other drink, and we will enjoy this round. Things are heating up. We can maybe already say that, like, from current top 10, one of them will be the champion, but still there are plenty of rounds. Keti, now it's super serious.
It is very serious. Two players with 100% of the scores. They are now facing each other. Can't wait to see who will be the winner. Maybe they will make a draw, and then we're going to have more players joining them. They have already started the games. We have them on the screen. Lagarde gets the white pieces as we predicted.
Rauser, my favorite line. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Let's bring the board. Let's go full screen, because it's Richter Rauser now after Bishop G5. Actually, it's classical Sicilian. And white plays Richter Rauser. I love it.
I love it too. This is my opening with black. I have lost so many games in here, but also won a lot of games too. We have two players side to side, both of them playing already in seniors categories, Ivanchuk and Kosovo. You know, we have now different scenario. The first game, we started in the morning, youngsters. Now we have elder seniors coming into the game. It's switching. Chess is for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. So this A6 was Kosovo line. And then we started to analyze this Queen B6. And there was a match between Zdenko Kožul and Nikola Djukic. Nikola Djukic, former Montenegrin #1, and there was a match which was organized in Montenegro, in Podgorica, 6 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, 6 games, and 3 out of 6 were Rauser with Queen B6, where Kožul actually outplayed Nikola Djukic. we included those games in our book. So I was thinking, hesitating, a6 or queen b6 would be the line, but in the end he opted for queen b6. And Maxim, he doesn't have that info that this was Kozul's line at some point, that he played it versus Djukic. So I'm sure that he's surprised. Now knight b3 is the main move, but Kozul, like really, I'm trying to recollect those analyses. So very good that we have Rouser, and right behind a legend, Vasily Ivanchuk. He played versus Kozul 4 games. Let me try to think. I think that there was a game in Göteborg, European Team Championship. Kozul being black, Ivanchuk played f3. It was a draw by perpetual. Kozul made a draw versus Ivanchuk at the European Individual 2006 when he became champion. It was with the white pieces, very tough game. Vasily was 2700, of course, at that time. When else they played? They played also a few more times, if I'm not mistaken.
They played 4 games.
Yes.
You're correct. Ivanchuk beat once, and they have made 3 draws. And the game Ivanchuk beat was 2024
Tournament
of Peace.
Last year, just to say a few words about this tournament. Tournament of Peace was like a heritage event, memorable event. It started in 65. In 1970, it was won by, what do you say? What would you say? In 1970, this Tournament of Peace was won by, what would you say?
I don't know.
Who was the person in 1970 winning that tournament? Okay, Keti, I will reveal. Bobby Fischer.
I love how you're giving me all these signs to guess
Come
the player.
on, Bobby Fischer,
the
the
top.
guy. Yeah,
and then I couldn't guess it. And you are like, Fischer.
Yeah, so Bobby won it in 1970, and after this famous blitz in Herceg-Novi in Montenegro, where he was crushing the field with Spassky. Okay, Spassky, I'm not sure what Spassky was playing, but Tal was playing, Korchnov was playing, Petrosian was playing, and Bobby won with like huge margin, maybe of 3 points, and he came to this Tournament of Peace.
I don't know how peaceful all
not
of this
at all.
sounds. Like, it doesn't sound very
Not at all, and he
me.
won the tournament. At that time, he lost versus a master, Vlado Kovacevic, which was breaking news at that time, and then afterwards crashing the field. But it was like a famous story when he was playing. He didn't want to play, so Bobby came to Tournament of Peace, and he didn't want to play because, lightning conditions, and that was actually his way of sometimes putting pressure also on opponents and organizers, like bringing a higher level. Even here, Fischer would find a way to complain about something. I don't know what, because conditions are close to ideal. And he didn't want to play. Organizers have found a substitute, and I am. And suddenly, Bruno Parma, former World Junior champion, very stable player from Slovenia, Grandmaster. He came to Bobby's room and said, Bobby, why you are not playing? No, I don't want to play. I'm not happy with conditions and everything. The round is starting sort of in like half an hour or 15 minutes. And but Bobby, you know what's happening? Who is celebrating? He said, who? Russians. Now they're celebrating because you are not playing. Okay. One of them will be first for sure. Okay. And then he said, really? Let's go and play. So he took his hand. First round was Parma versus Fischer, but they found a substitute, this Maragonic. He took his hand, let's go and play, kick his butt, win the tournament. And that was the story. Really? Let's go and play. Let's go and play.
I love that. So personal, right?
Yeah, so here, G takes f6. We have, again, similar setup like in Kozul, suicide variation. What do you think about this actually name? It was given by Yermolinsky in US because he was playing that line and he was writing some book and notes and saying Kozul suicide variation. Have you heard of anything similar? Suicide really sounds...
I have heard of this variation, and these days it's such a sensitive topic, right?
Yes. Yeah. Disclaimer. I didn't want to.
But I have heard about this.
It sounds really like let's put this association aside. But let's say that like in chess wise, like it means that you are like crazy brave, right?
Yes.
If you're playing something which sounds like a clear like gambling, and Kožul was there to play this versus Shirov, Short, Adams, all those top guns.
But in chess, we have some of the terms like beating an opponent, which sounds so awkward for non-chess players. And but the name makes sense.
The point is that Yermolinsky was trying to put appraisal and trying to emphasize in one word how tough is to play it. And suddenly I was doing the same. So this is this pawn structure when you have double pawns. One big minus of that structure that in some endgame, if it be like opposite colors bishops, this pawn is super weak. You cannot defend it or put some chain around it. So this g takes f6 is quite tough to deal. So long castle, and now Kožul plays, usually he takes on d4. I think now he's thinking to take on d4, and actually this was in our analysis. So once again, I'm a bit surprised that Maxim went for it, because this is not something super great to play it versus Kožul, because he can now...
Black has no problems now, especially
okay, there is some issue. If you go a6, you want to stop some knight b5 or bishop b5. If you go a6, there is this knight a4. Yeah. And Kožul will try to avoid this. So, or maybe he can enter this as well, play something like bishop d7, you jump to b6, I play rook b8, you take, I take, and suddenly we have this kind of position I was mentioning you, that at one point you will drop or you have an issue with the f7 pawn. So maybe he's thinking to avoid this by playing something like king e7, which actually is quite viable. If you go knight b5, there is this bishop s6 check, and then rook d8. So I think Kožul is thinking about it. And how should I say? To win against Kožul, you have like different scenarios. Out of 8 possible scenarios out of 10, let's say that you win, now you are like in 1 or 2 scenarios to win against Kožul. And here he can focus on details, while when you are having some position which is very alive, where there are many possibilities, then he can go wrong much easily, because he cannot focus on details. Here, he's safe enough if he changes the queens and he can focus on details, and then you're playing against 26 plus opponent. You're not playing against 25 or less. So, in hindsight, I again think this is a wrong decision by youngsters, but okay, we will see what will happen.
Yeah, this is also, I think, his main opening. Lagarde, because I remember when I was preparing against him, I just don't want it to go in this variation. I play also myself this line, and then I decided to go to Caro-Kann because
you're Georgian.
And I'm so proud of that. Everyone knows that Georgians play Caro-Kann.
Yes, exactly. So when you are born, immediately they give you some Caro-Kann book. And Caro-Kann book. So what's going on behind? Let's see how our living legend, Vasily Ivanchuk, I don't know how to express my admiration to him. There was a chess informant as like main magazine in chess world, of course, along with New in Chess. And Chess Informant was publishing analysis, and usually you had some like move of the year or novelty of the year. And I recall one game where Vasily, some English opening, pushes e3 on like 4 times defend and square. Okay, so what's happening?
Trades, and
okay, this is our position. This is our position. Actually, different move order. Now I think that this is Kožul position. If you go knight b5, rook d8, I wouldn't be in White's shoes. Just to remind you that Kožul was playing one line. Let me show you. He won versus Lembitol. He also played against some others, so it goes following way. e6, queen d2, a6, castles, bishop d7, 4, b5, takes, so f6. If you take now with the queen, the issue is e5, knight b5, discovered attack. So you need to take with the g. And then Kosovo was playing something like, I don't know, let me try to get to this line. So knight c6, bishop c6, let's say queen b1, king b1, or king b1 first, queen b6, preparing queen exchange. White doesn't want to allow it. And so there was some line which goes f5, queen c5, let's say takes, queen f, bishop d3, or let's say like this. Okay, or maybe even, I'm trying to recall how it goes. Queen f4, yeah, this was actually sometimes Kosovo's line. So he's a pawn down, but he has two bishops. And he was very skillful in playing with compensation. So now if we go back to our position, so he's two bishops again, without sacking a pawn. Which, you know, for that guy who played like, who spent like 500 hours or 2,000 hours in that kind of positions, this is a good sign for him. Yeah. Once again, I would be very surprised if Black lose this one. So I would now, if I would need to rate some chances, I will give now considerable bigger portion for Kosovo winning. Prior to the game, I would say that Kosovo has like 15%, 20% of winning, maybe a little bit more. But now I would increase this a lot. Yeah, this is not the position where you should go with Zdenko. I don't know.
Well, in here, like if there is some sharp setup earlier, it can get really wrong for Black. But all of this is behind. Now there is an end game with pair of bishop, center there. The rooks are connected. I think Black is quite comfortable.
Yeah, the thing is, he's 60 years old, and when you're 60 years old, like your eye for tactics, maybe some sense of danger is not sharp as before, while understanding and eye for details is still there. Yeah. And as I said, now we went to this part of the board, this part of the game, where he can move on. There are not many tactics
out there, yeah.
Which
sacrifices this 95, 95
yeah,
things.
Exactly. I think this is a failure, if you would ask me regarding White's strategy. But disclaimer, Maxim is very good player. He also knows how to play technical chess. But let's say that now there are equal terms, maybe even slight plus for Black. This can end up in a draw, even with the win for White. But he's not a favorite. So he burns, he throws his white pieces, and okay, he's playing some game, but the worst is over. Rook c4 played, Kosovo will play rook d8. He knows that he needs to exchange pair of rooks. Maybe he will do it in another way. Right behind them, we mentioned Pasulaya versus Ivanchuk. Okay, complicated game. Is there anything? Okay, this is an interesting game. This is, let's go to board number 2. Let's see Jobava versus Salgado. I spent like a half of year for that kind of position. So close Sicilian. After knight c3, knight c3, knight c6, knight e2. So it's possible to play f4, Grand Prix. It's possible to play g3. Knight e2 is sometimes tricky because you never know, is White preparing d4 or he will go for this g3 stuff. Yeah, of course, when he goes g3, there is this known line. For example, I know d3, d6, f4. Black can play knight f6, but main line is e6, knight f3, knight e7, let's say castles, bishop e3. And in former times, like 30 years ago, 25 years ago, this move was sort of forced to stop d4 because here White is not threatening to play d4.
I remember the moment White plays bishop t3, you have to be ready for knight
but
e4.
After bishop e3, then sometimes white goes queen d2.
Queen a5, knight
for example,
to d1 or something?
that kind of things. Let's say, I don't know, rook d8, rook b8, knight d1, you go b5. If you go c3, then he takes. So they start to play either knight d1 or knight h4, and then to kick the knights. All those details, but white can also play without f4. So here to play bishop e3, and if you go this way, then after queen d2, knight e7, I can go to h6, the move you mentioned in a previous round in Warmerdam versus Lagarde. But then black plays h5. That was my analysis to stop this, and black is postponing this move. At the moment where you play f4 or bishop h6 is not possible, the knight lands on d4 and knight c2. So here, after this setup, usually white goes to e2. So what's happening here? It went this via this move order. Okay, bishop g5, very interesting. Surprising, I would do now h5 anyway. So I'm not sure that that black was tricked. Rook b8 is something you want to push b5, b4, played by Ljubojevic and many others. And now comes this knight c1. He wants to go knight d1 and kick the knight. But from my experience, even later, if you push c3, d4, black is fine. But e5, from my point of view, is not necessary. My main analysis to play b6. Now I can do it because rook is not on a8. And when you go knight d8, let's say that I wait. Somehow, c3, and then you push d4. I can take and suddenly play this kind of position with d5 or bishop a6, knight a5 or something like that.
A5, yeah.
So it's not that by kicking me and placing the pawn on d4 you are like getting space with a better position. But e5, from my point of view, later there is a small issue with that move after f4, because here after f4 sometimes black reacts with f5, which is not an option any longer. Okay, but this is a mess. This is a complete mess.
Ooh, I can suggest you the really big mess on the board 7.
Yeah, just check here what's going on here. We have this game as well right behind. This is known line. Sacrifice, I like it, 95 by David Anton. And very interesting structure, huh? 2 double pawns connected.
Never seen this kind of. Oh, looks good.
And this is a position, but white is really long time. Which game you suggested, Keti?
We have Alexander
Motilov,
against Maritzi.
Let's go to that board. It's board number 7, right?
Board number 7. Looks pretty nice. Opening, we can see Mauritz's pieces are already on the queen side. I cannot see the game in database, but let's see what happened here. White managed to push the pawn on d4, and then black sacrificed the piece there.
Okay,
is that theory?
Just to say that after knight f3, knight c6, we have these four knights, which usually leads to some drawish positions after bishop b4. Then they started to play some bishop b5, but then came some ideas. For example, let's start playing things reversed. So, for example, you have Scotch defense. Here, after queen h4, main move is knight b5. And if you take queen e2 and white is pressing, but then someone smart said, okay, let me play a3. For example, let's go knight c3, you go knight f6, I will play a3, and when you push d5, I take, and then I go queen h5. I'm playing this Scotch defense reversed, but you cannot go to b4. And then some ideas with like 4 knights and those a3 stuff, or for example, h3. So what will happen, I will then go to bishop b5 in some line. For example, if you go bishop b5 here, there is this move. There is knight d4, there is bishop b4, but there is also this bishop d6, strange move which blocks the development. But the point is after castle, at some stage I will maybe go knight e7, push c6, move my bishop, and then I will go d6 or d5, and I'm opening my other bishop. Or I will go rook e8, and then bishop f8, and the same thing. If you take on c6, then I'm opening my bishop. So that was actually the idea. And then suddenly someone say, okay, let's play h3. If you go bishop b4, I will go bishop d3 and I will play this line reversed. So these are the ideas, but here instead of bishop d3, he went knight d5, which is something different. And you mentioned, Keti, that here came this sacrifice, which actually for blitz, it's quite good. Although Alexander, former European champion, Russian champion, now representing Romania, qualified to World Cup. He lost versus Maksudlu. He's very capable of winning against stronger opponents. European individual, he qualified to the World Cup from previous year in Montenegro, winning against some super strong players. So my point is that you cannot bluff him. So maybe this line was not the best, but here it paid off because G4 was the main move.
Yeah, G4 was the main move, and I took a look at the engine line. I was like so curious what is happening. It's very interesting. Let's see. After G4, the black has a rook e8 check. And when you cover this with bishop e2, there's rook to e4. Yeah, if you take bishop e3, you play bishop e3, you take it. And now knight is pinned. If you move the knight away, there's queen f2. There is very strong move here, queen to c8.
Okay, this is very hard to see.
Attacking the rook and the bishop.
In hindsight.
But there is a check. Bishop to b4.
Oh, it goes on?
King goes on f1. Rook takes on d4. And bishop goes on e3. And that's why white is better here. The rook is just dropped.
But this is very tough to see. Come on, give me a break. This is really tough, right?
So difficult.
No.
It's so difficult.
But
as you mentioned, this is a pure bluff by Mauricio.
Yeah, but as I said, usually against Alexander, this is a tricky strategy because he can find the best moves. And actually, he sort of did. So this queen c2 again, and he's just having maybe a winning. Is it a winning position? I will be an exchange up. So what's now the concept? Okay, you are.
I like his position. Like, there's no weaknesses. Maybe it's hard to break through after queen trade. Probably black will play something like d6, b6, a5, this kind of structure. And there's only one open file, and king f8 can easily control.
Yeah, it looks.
But why white is risking here?
No, I don't think that he's risking. Because now you ended up in a slightly worse position where you could have ended up anyway some other opening. So it's not that this is some kind of brilliancy because you did with some effort and then getting to the position which you could get, I don't know, from Petrov or... Very interesting. In front of them, we have Varmeda versus Jaime Santos. If we can outzoom a bit. So...
update, Pansulaya against Ivanchuk was a draw. Ivanchuk is making a lot of fast draws. This is the third game that he finished as one of the first players.
It's very strange, but I believe that this is good. Because Vasily now will play one or two important games and he's capable of winning. But while before he would burn out completely, playing all games. Strategy. So I like this.
Draw with black pieces, not so bad, right?
Yeah. I like to see this happening because I want to see him last 2 rounds on top boards. Okay, Mauricio, Varmeda versus Jaime, normal position. So where to go, what to follow? We have this crazy game of David Anton. Board number, it's I think behind board number 2. So let's go to board number 2. Let's see how Jobava is doing. And behind them is David Anton versus Bosocic. This is a crazy game. What do you think, Keti? How to assess, what to say?
It is very weird looking position. White's king still in the center, black's king weak on the queen side. Now black is just offering queen trade.
Piece up for black? No, exchange. No, two rooks one rook and 2 pawns for 2 knights.
Okay. Wow. Not seeing this kind of position often.
Who is better here? I'm always the one who is playing with 2 pieces versus rook and pawns.
I like 2 pieces as well. I like knights in this position. Maybe something like bishop to b4, rook to d8. But white also has its own ideas, right? Something like bishop c3.
Going back to Jobava versus Salgado, it's still quite complicated. Hang on, it's not complicated. It's totally winning for white. Or is it? No, this is a mistake. No, we have a glitch. No. Again, we have a glitch. Bishop f6 was not played. Probably f6 was played. Let's go back to our first board. Let's follow Kozul, Lagarde versus Kozul, because it's quite instructive.
Oh my goodness. What is happening in this board? You want Nidis against Andreasian? That's too many brilliances there. This is the board. Oh, it's not the top boards actually. But when we have the moment, we have to take a look at this game.
Okay, this is a moment.
This is the moment. So the board, let me check. Board 16. Wow.
Okay, let's see.
Oh my
So
goodness.
it was this line which is, okay, normal line with white pushes this d5. Let's bring the board. We will show it. Yeah, we have them. So this is the position. So after d5, e5, bishop exchange, which is some relief for black, but from my experience, this space advantage will start to tell at some point, and actually this is the case after castling, doubling on the f-file.
And now
Came,
look
yeah,
at this.
96. Very nice. If you take, then queen g5 first, and then taking or taking immediately.
And then he takes the knight, and he gets another knight on g5 and on e6.
Hang on, deja vu?
So
sure?
beautiful.
Okay, and then again, 2 exclamation. Have you seen this before? That you have like 2 times
The knight on
at
e6.
same exclamation mark. It's a check.
It's a beauty. This is a game, if you want to show someone the power of the knight, how tricky the knight can be. I love this game.
Yeah, thanks for pointing out this, Keti. I would be very unhappy to miss this one. And now the end is near.
Oh my goodness. So I have a student, and he doesn't like to play against knight because
Okay.
he has seen a lot of things like this in his games. And his second move is bishop g4 with like d5, bishop g4 to capture the knight. And I have difficulties to explain him that it's okay, you don't have to do that. And then there are games like this that he's following, and he's like, see, knights are dangerous.
Exactly.
He's
Strong
tricky
arguments. What to add more?
And then I have difficulties to explain him that bishop is also a nice piece. It's very powerful. Wow, what a game. I think Zaman himself would also appreciate this kind of maneuvering here. He prefers to be himself with white pieces, but that's
Let's see board number 12. Let's see how Trash Talker is playing.
Trash talker.
Yes, Denis Kadric. Yes, he is a funny guy.
So
Originally
funny.
from Bosnia, representing Montenegro. It was funny during the World Rapid Blitz when he was paired versus Magnus Carlsen, that before the round he said to him, "Okay, let's see who is the best in the world." and Magnus crashed him in a style in Petrov. So,
Really? He
yes,
said that?
yes. So the trash talker is here, and when he comes to studio, then you can see him with glasses. When he comes to the studio, then he's like bullshitting what to say.
So funny.
Yeah.
When I met him for the first time, I didn't know who he was, but he's a friend of my friends, and we met in Texas, in Dallas. He was studying there, and I visited my friends there, and we played this tournament there, chess players. I went to Dallas to play chess. So there's one game I had extra piece. I won the piece very easy. Then we played the game, and with just extra piece, you know, from the very beginning, I ended in a draw. The game ended in a draw.
Really?
I don't know him, and throughout the whole day, he was giving me the signs of draws. Like, I was sitting at the board, and he just comes occasionally, and he puts two kings in the center. Tells me nothing. And then at some point, he looks at me, he shows me the sign with the hand, like draw. And he was giving me like 5-6 signals like that. At some point, I'm sitting in this, is this guy just hilarious or what? Like, no contact, he was just giving me the signs. He was just trolling me.
Trash talker at his best.
He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, so Dennis is winning here when he comes to studio, as I said, start speaking about some, I don't know, non-important things, laughing and taking trash talking. Then he says, we need to do some content. Come on, we should offer people content. So trash talker won a fabulous game versus El Hamamar. And just to remind you that the European Rapid and Blitz, or Blitz portion 2 years ago, he took a medal in Blitz.
Do you know this is his first loss in this tournament in the round 7? Earlier he had 4 out of 4. Then he made 2 draws against Wojtaszek and Darda. Perfect tournament. And then Kadric gets into the
trash talker is back. So we will see him on top boards. Let's go to our first board, because it seems to me that Kosovo is outplaying. Guys, this is very instructive. You can learn a lot from Zdenko's game. Maybe we should see this position. Kosovo, he misplayed it a bit now. This is a current position. Bishop is better, but the problem for black is that he cannot create a passer. So those two pawns are blocked, but still it's better for black. And I don't know, I think those players can learn a lot. Maxim, Pehac, how to play against those opponents.
Super classy. Chess is really beautiful because of people like Kosovo who are showing the pure class. I think that's amazing.
As I said, I was directly involved in process. I was playing this 2006 in Kuşadası in Turkey when he became a European champion. We played together for teams in Croatia, in Slovenia. 1 year he was, not 1 year, many years he was Croatian champion, Bosnian champion, Slovenian champion, North Macedonian champion, and I don't know, somewhere else. So he played in all leagues and winning. So he's a winner. He's a winner, and now he's a coach of Eric Golubovic, one promising star, youth star of Croatian chess, being 13 years old, 12 to 13, I think he's 30 now, a 2350 rating, and he's steadily improving. So Kosovo has this vast experience, and I'm so grateful and happy that we work together. As I said, I think I came at the right moment to refresh and to give him this support, and we both benefited what I learned from him, you know, this way of like practical strength. How do you fight? How you not to complain about conditions? You come there. How you are present? You see, the same thing I was telling you about Keti, that you couldn't read out of his body language, face about the position. So that I learned from him a lot. Okay, I was already at that time cool-headed, but you see that he's sort of poker face.
Yeah, not showing too much information. Right now, we can see that he's. There was the moment I could see him enjoying the game yesterday, and it's very visible when a player enjoys calculating this. He's using his opponent's time as well. This is, and look at him. He just played the move instantly, not spending any seconds.
Okay, now we have this thing I was mentioning about. You have better player in theoretical rook's endgame, but in this kind of endgames, which are not theoretical, hard to navigate, very complex, he is super talented. He's 27 plus. I've seen many games where he was a pawn down, but because of activity, there was a famous game versus Smirin. He was a pawn versus 3 pawns and a rooks. And you know what happened? After like 10 moves, he's a pawn versus 0 pawns of opponent. So with activity, he collected all the pawns. Yeah. So he has this ability to put the pressure. So this position looks like even maybe more promising for white. I have 2 passers, well, 2 pawns, I can create a passer. But believe me, Kožul, okay, I'm also speaking now about Kožul in his prime. Maybe he could go wrong. He's 60 years old. Maybe he'll make a mistake. Maybe even lose this game. But here he's very good.
Amazing. We do also have quite tense situation on the second board. Jobava, Salgado, seconds
There
on
was
the
a
clock.
glitch there, so I don't know is this correct position, but probably it is. You have a right position.
Should be okay.
Kožul, I think, misplayed it a bit, but still, I think it will be tough time for Maxim. I think he's counting on f4, you know, Keti. This is his style. This is the thing I'm
F4,
telling
king
you.
f5, king g4.
Yeah, this is the thing I'm telling you about. And suddenly there will be some activity, and even being pawn down, you need to calculate, it's a race.
White has to play a4, b5.
Yes.
Create the
yes.
pass.
But then
White cannot chase rook d7 the pawns there, because after rook e1, you're losing the pawns.
I'm sure that Maxim sees this, and he's already thinking, will this come or not? So rook c2, the best move, probably. So will Kožul now give check?
The
Check.
rook and the pawn endgame is not good for black, because black has double pawns on the f file, which gives white extra pawn on the queen side. That's not an option.
Zenko will give check. Rook b1. Or immediately he will play rook g1. Very tense. As I said, I think he misplayed it a bit because he's not in his prime.
If rook 2 g1, then after rook c5, are we gonna see that? What happens after rook c5?
Okay, king e6.
And rook a6,
Rook a5.
getting the pawn.
That race. Okay, possible. Okay, I take. I'm not sure.
No. Rook c6 first.
Rook c6, yes, better. King somewhere. You will take. I take.
Yes.
And now we have this race. King g7. Okay, this is strange, but probably good. So you take, I take, you start pushing. Some f4 is coming. Okay, this is very tough. Let's see. I'm so curious. And you know what is important thing? Being 60 years old, he plays in all Croatian championship, making like bare draws, maybe few draws, and fighting all the time. This is an asset for some country. It's not just having the top players, because now youngsters, they can learn a lot because he's playing. He's playing all the time, and he likes to play. And I think King d4 played, very interesting.
Nice idea.
Keti, could you navigate here? For me, it's like super complex.
There's so many moves, and they're playing all these moves so fast, and they are so accurate. So basically now, white will capture the pawn on a6, black will capture the pawn on h4. There is a passer on b file, there's a passer on h file. These games are never peaceful,
yes,
but can end in a draw.
I would say that white should be faster, but I don't know.
White can be faster, but also on the other hand, we have some hacks and fancy outfits.
Yes.
But back to chess.
Yeah,
you know
we will touch
what
this
I'm
later.
seeing here? The king on g7 is such a powerful piece, controlling the h file, h8, h6 square. The king on d4 is cut it off. Black can easily navigate rook h1, rook to b1 to control b file. How about white controlling the h file? How white is going to do that?
But this king g7 was not so simple because we were like taught that we should go forward, forward in rook's endgames.
That was probably also correct because in that case, king d4 was not possible.
Yes. So what do you do now?
If you push b6, I go rook to b1.
Maybe not necessary. Maybe you can start with h6, even, h4 even.
Even that possible?
Yes.
So I like rook a4. I love this move because there's a rook b4 move there.
But king gone.
Wait, can I do rook b1 anyway and king f1 is in the square?
No, you cannot catch the pawn. So I can go rook b1 and we will have a queen's endgame.
I can.
Queen's endgame and a draw, probably. No, but if this happens as a draw, okay, my prediction was not fully correct. But as I said, disclaimer is that we need to include Kozov's age. He's 60 years old. And in his prime, you could add like 20% of strength for sure.
Yeah, the body language here says that he's the one who is pushing here for win. There's possibility to give a check rook to d1 to have d8 square for the rook. There's h4, there's rook to b1.
So what do you do?
He has 2 minutes. You might say that, okay, he probably will play slow because of his age, but he always has extra 2 minutes on the clock against every opponent.
Yeah, he's playing quite fast in the middle, and he has this trait, I know this for like 30 years, that at one point he will stop. And he will think for 2 minutes and then play moves instantly.
Yeah.
So this is this moment where he will spend like 2 minutes, 1 minute, and then he will come with sequence of the moves very fast. h4. Okay, queen's and king c5. He gave check. Zdenko wants to win. Yeah, he wants to win. I know him. That's why he's trying to offer some chances. He doesn't want to go. This is his typical way. He doesn't want to go like straightforward. He always makes some check, which is intermediate move, and then you need to think.
Keeping some chances.
Yes,
still.
this is typical Zdenko. He doesn't want to make a draw here. I know him because he sees this as a chance. If I win, I'm close. If I make a draw, I'm fine, but I'm not so close to winning. And he's a risk taker.
Wow.
It would be like the same. You can take some prize, fifth prize, but this won't change your life. But if you go for first and something goes your way.
Yeah, I think at his point he wants a title.
Yeah, like Sindarov, for example. Of course, like you have Yakuboev winning 4th place, but it's very, very nice achievement, fantastic achievement for another. But then, like you're out of candidates, you're out of this first place, and your life didn't change like considerably. But it was fine. But with Sindarov case, suddenly you are a winner, you go history, candidates, country president, and so this is like a big thing.
It's a huge thing.
You're Googling Sindarov?
He's everywhere. I just opened the Twitter and he's everywhere. So it's amazing. I love to see chess players becoming the heroes in their country.
I was asked before the tournament by some people, and I said Sindarov will win. I didn't say that 5 people. For example, before now Rapid and Blitz, I was asked.
I saw your video and I was like, oh, interesting. And then I watched again in the end and I was like, okay, he knew something.
Yeah, because I know something. Zdenko is losing now.
What?
Rook b4 mistake. Rook c4 was winning. That was crazy. Rook c4. Why rook c4? Rook c2. Now it will be a draw.
What happened?
Yeah, rook c4, rook c2 was winning. So prior to the event, I was asked who would win. Now, Rapid in the Blitz, I cannot say in word Rapid in the Blitz who will win. I can say like 3-4 names. Rook c4, rook c2.
Oh, shall we show that on the board?
Yes.
Why rook c4?
Because then after check, rook c2 is coming. So
Rook b1,
rook c1, rook b1, rook c4, but it's not so simple.
Point being that after h3 you have rook to c2, controlling this pawn. You play king c6 next move and push the pawn.
Yep.
I'm sure he saw
Yes.
that in a moment. He played
And this
on it.
will be a draw, I believe. Okay, maybe white is still pushing a bit. Yeah, it will be a bit long game. Yeah, and then I don't have documented it. This is the thing, but I sent it to regarding Sidaro winning because I said to someone when that FIDE reel was taken, it was in before semi-final. But I have a message sent to Ivan Sokolov and Vichy.
Yeah.
Ivan Sokolov, 8 November, which is already at the beginning.
Yes.
That Sidaro will win.
Wow. Yeah.
Jobava lost.
Jobava, yes, he was struggling actually.
Hang on. Why?
He was struggling.
Okay, he got outplayed by Salgado. Big kudos to Ivan. It's not simple at all to win versus here. Rook b2 was needed, but it's not so simple. So big kudos to him. Wojtaszek made the draw. Varmedam is winning.
Oh, let's see the game. Let's see the game. Let's see. This is the moment he can win, actually.
So black is totally winning. Hang on. Black was totally winning here.
This is the board 3.
Yes, queen h3, e3, board 3. Checkmate is queen d3. And if you go king g1, there is this e3, which is not a simple move, but threatening so many things. And it's just rook g4 is just dead lost. But here after rook c4 and few more moves, it's a checkmate. 4 checkmate. He blundered something heavily. He forgot about queen d7 threatening a checkmate, and if you go bishop s6, which was needed, suddenly white is the one winning. Crazy loss by Jaime Santos. Okay, that hurt it.
Can we go to the board 3 because this game is still in progress?
No, board 3 is over. Varmedam won.
He won already?
Yeah. Varmedam won. Yeah.
Can I show you one move that was actually just amazing for white? He didn't play that. He won another way. But
Okay.
move 59, instead of queen to f8, bishop to g7 is the final blow here. If
Very
king
nice.
takes, then queen g4. Wow.
Rook g4 also.
So, yeah, queen g4. Beautiful.
Very nice, but tables will completely turn. So regarding casual, okay, should be a draw, but now white is on better side of a draw. While regarding other games,
We have almost all the
they're
games
almost
finished.
done.
We have 2 decisive results on the board, 2 and 3, 2 draws, board 4 and 5. Then David Anton and Alexander Matlev winning with 5 pieces, Korobov winning with black pieces. The match between youngsters Darda against Bakro, Darda won his game. Oof, we have some new players coming now on the top boards. I think this is one of the last games now, if not the very last.
Yeah, a draw here will happen.
Draw?
Yeah, Kozlov, he didn't want to take on e4 and then
I
calculate.
need my energy for the rest
yeah.
of the games.
But this was a really good game.
Fantastic game. Loved it. I love it how he puts the glasses on when he has to sign, and the rest of the games he was playing without the glasses. Wow. What a
Okay, so
brilliant
games
player.
were finished. Kirill Georgiev, for example, won. Yesterday was his birthday, if I'm not mistaken. So happy birthday to Kirill. And yeah, still some games in progress.
So we do have Ivan Salgado now joining the leaders with 6.5 points, Kosovo and Lagarde as well. 3 people with 6.5 points out of 7. What a fantastic tournament for those. Then we have a lot of players following with 6 points. And tournament is not done yet. We do have last rounds in progress. And let's see how the things will unfold. So far, we don't know who will win the tournament. We have every round someone new joining. Now it is Salgado joining the leaders, and cannot wait to see how the things will unfold. We are lucky to be joined in the studio, the organizer of the tournament and also the president of the Kosovo Chess Federation. First of all, thank you so much for such a great conditions that we have in this tournament. I have so many questions and so many things to ask. I would like to start with the very, very general question. How are you? Are you happy with the outcome? Are you happy how the things are going? How do you feel?
First, I want to thank you for invitation. It's my pleasure to be here with you. Let me tell you a small secret right now, because when I was in Batumi,
Yes.
and I met you,
Yes.
so I invited you to come to Pristina,
Yes.
because you are so good in commentary, and you are giving such a positive energy to the tournament, positive vibe. So I would like to thank you in my personal name that you are here. Regarding tournament, we are very happy that we did very good organization. I think that chess deserves these conditions, and we are trying to set new standards for this kind of tournaments. So hopefully the others will have the same target that we have, so that organization can be done like we did it here.
Well, it's a really high standard. I should say that out there for the other organizers who are organizing the next European event, it is quite high standards. I'm sure the players are appreciating this too. And myself, I have been traveling tournaments to tournaments, and this is really, really well-organized event.
I'm very happy to hear.
High standards. I just don't like to just throw the words if I don't like the place.
Okay.
But this is the place. Thank you so much for that.
Thanks.
So we understand there's a huge investment in chess in the country, and there's also some plans. We had the first opening move by the Minister of Sports, Culture and Youth.
Yes.
Probably we're going to have more officials coming. This is also, we can feel that the government supports chess.
Yes,
Can you please tell us more details? What is planned? Why they are supporting chess?
Yes, we are lucky that our Prime Minister is very good chess player.
Okay.
So he always supports chess, not even for tournament, but also for schools, because maybe a lot of your viewers doesn't know, but we are among first countries that we are implementing chess in school program. So this is our 3rd year that we are doing, and we are doing every year. We are spreading the numbers of schools. So each year we have more and more children playing chess, and we are happy that this is going on like this. Regarding investments, yes, it's true. They are investing a lot on chess. For example, a year before, I got also the budget from my government to build a chess house in Pristina.
Okay. Oh wow.
So maybe in the future we will start building chess house here in Pristina. We are waiting only municipality of Pristina to dedicate us land, because we have a budget around 1.5 million to build a chess house here.
Oh, that's fantastic news.
So this is fantastic news for chess here in Kosovo and for all chess lovers that we have here.
Oh yeah, that's a really, really good news. I bet there will be more events coming here. Me and Alojzije were talking the first day that it is really sad that we have only 3 days event here, not the long tournaments that usually we have 9 rounds or so on. Is there any chances that we're going to have more events here? If you can give us some information.
Most probably we will have new tournaments organized here and new plans we have. Hopefully with ECU we have a very good relationship and we are a trusted partner of them. So we are planning in the future to bid for European individual for women. And maybe also European Club Cup on 2028 to be organized here in Pristina. And we are very open for tournaments, especially each year it's becoming more strong, are open in Pristina. For example, last year we had around 20 countries. So chess players that comes from 20 countries here in
open tournament.
Yes, open Pristina.
And when is this happening? Maybe some of the viewers would like to join.
It's happening in the middle of the June or beginning of June. The dates will be set very earlier at January, most probably. So everybody can be informed regarding this. We had, for example, players that participate from India, Mauritania, and a lot of very far away countries coming in Pristina. So we are becoming like a point for chess now, like a new point of chess for
Oh, that's
for Europe.
fantastic. That is fantastic. Is there any specific plan that you have to have very strong, powerful team in the open section, the women's section? Probably it will take some time to settle the name. But is there any program that you are working with the coaches or plan to have this to grow the powerful youth players?
Yes. We have plans and we are investing a lot in youth now. For example, our children are now playing all European and world tournaments. So they are getting more practice. Regarding coaches, we are trying to find. So we are participating with our youth and we are registering them on chess academies. For example, they are always in Kasparov Chess Academy. Now we registered not long before, maybe 2 weeks ago, 4 of our children in FIDE, that is this Alain academy that's doing on Emirates. So we are trying them to get a new support from us regarding trainer, because here in Kosovo we still don't have such a strong trainers. We have trainers that are licensed up to 2,200. So we need one step more. So we are trying to get more expertise from trainers that are in Europe. And for my national team, I'm planning maybe we had some talks with Ivan Sokolov to come here and to do a camp with them.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So these are our plans regarding future. Regarding females, we are still weak in this regards, but we have new girls, very young, that they are improving day by day. So I think in 5 years we will have maybe not so strong, but middle strong national team for females.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes some time to
of course.
get there to
For chess, it takes
get your
time.
name. Yes. But we see that things are moving so fast in the perfect direction. Tell us about yourself. do you play chess? How often do you play chess? What is your best game maybe you play? Who is your favorite chess player? Who is your favorite kind chess player? Just tell us
Yes,
about your chess.
I'm playing chess all my life, I think. I'm playing more than 40 years. I was Kosovo champion from
Youth.
childhood,
Yes.
from youth. Then I was a senior champion on 90s. And I'm playing now. I'm not playing very much, very often chess, but I have my own club. It is called Chess Club Dardania, and we participate every year in European Chess Club Cup. In my team is there are Nderim Sarachi playing, the best player that we have, and we have also a lot of grandmasters that comes from Croatia, and they are part of our team. And regarding the other things in my life, except chess, I have a private firm, a software development firm, and we are very good in the market here. So all my money I am investing in chess.
So we see that.
And this is maybe the reason why we are improving more faster than the others in the region.
That is so fantastic. Thanks for being so open to us and tell all these details. Thanks very much for finding time to come here and talk with us. This has been the president of Kosovo Chess Federation, Mr. Armand Budima.
Budima, yes. Thank you.
And hopefully we're going to have more events here. And we are looking forward to see top grandmasters coming from Kosovo and can't wait to commentate more and more games of these players. Now the next round will start. I think we have to take a short break and we'll be back.
Bye-bye.
Coming back, this is European Rapid Chess Championship 2025. In the studio, Keti and Alojzije. We do have round 8 starting very soon, and this is the round. And after this, we're gonna have a lunch break and final rounds very soon. We're gonna have the champion, and can't wait to see who it will be. So far, we have no idea.
Yeah, but it's quite interesting. Games are now, I would say, a little bit more level. It's not so simple to win a game, so I'm not surprised that in previous round we had many draws. This will happen. This will happen. Let's check the playing core. I see players from Germany. I see some local players as well, some familiar faces.
A lot of kids, a lot of
Yes.
senior players, a lot of top Grandmasters. Mauriti right
Yes.
now on the screen. He's one of the top junior players.
Darda.
Is over there talking and smiling. We are moving forward to see more. We see Zaven on the background. People are chatting right before the start of the round. Some of them are trying to focus. The arbiters are always there to give the guidelines to the
Vladimir
players.
Georgiev, we spent some time yesterday. You can see him bottom right next to
Yes.
Adresyan. So he was yesterday with us, some small chat. He lives now in Florida, very well-known Grandmaster originally from Bulgaria. Whom else do we see? I see interesting encounter. Stoyanovsky from North Macedonia versus Jovan Milovic, president of Montenegrin Chess Federation.
Yes.
So he's closer to top board. I see Bauer, left, Agim Shemsiu, arbiter from North Macedonia. Here we have Kozul versus Salgado. Right behind him, Pehac is playing.
The players don't have much of the time between the rounds, but they still can go to the room if they are in this hotel, check the pairings, prepare for the game, and come back and play. They will have about 5 minutes to do so, to spend with the computer, because they also need some time to go to the elevator and go to the playing venue. Everything is quite close to each other. Playing venue is very close to the rest of the hotel and the venue. We have the chief arbiter, Takis. Everybody knows him in the chess world. I think one of the top chess arbiters. When he is in the tournament, I know that we're not going to have any issues or delays or something.
Yeah, ECU Arbiters Commission President. We have Kadric versus Motilov. Behind is Wojtaszek versus Livajic. On the right, Varmerdam is playing Kovalenko. So many great encounters. We can add a board already that you see that King's Indian. No, Greenfeld is about to happen.
Ooh, Grunfeld. Is there any statement already in the opening? With the Grunfeld kind of has this kind of image in chess players to be very solid, calm.
I would put it a little bit different. I would say that let's say if you play Greenfeld, you are showing, you know what? You are showing, this is like some kind of memory test, because you are up to task. If you play Greenfeld, you really need to be super prepared. And like crazy amount of memory. I will name few players, Greenfeld experts. First one is Peter Swidler. Second one will be MVL. Then we can switch to Israeli players like Sutovsky, Avruch, Michalewski, Rothstein, also Gelfand. Yeah, so they're all there for Greenfeld. Okay, some more players were playing this line. It's like super tough to play, because White can opt for so many different openings, and then you need to adjust. The good sign for black is that white is choosing the variation, and black is choosing line inside the variation. So at least you have this option that you can maybe avoid, or you can stick to some other line. Queen d2 played, I analyzed this with Kozul a lot. Kozul is a great expert if you have a passed pawn. So d5, if d5, e6 happens, and then ed, that this is his favorite position because he knows how to move around the passer. It was funny. He blundered in our analysis like 3 times one thing. I will show you, for example, knight f3, queen f5, rook b1, cd, knight c6. And now if white takes, knight takes, you have lines like d5 or something, but he wanted to have an improved version. So it was funny. And then we were like laughing, like really, like lunatics for a few minutes after d5. He wanted to have improved version. And then the king immediately goes to d5. And then after knight a5, you're tempo up because it's white on the move.
Yeah.
Kramnik was playing this kind of stuff with h4, h5. Usually when there is no knight on f6, you just push h5. But after d5, there is a tiny move for black. And this is bishop c3, which just wins the queen. And he blundered this like 3 times in our analysis. So he would play d5, then I would play bishop c3, and then after like 1 hour, we will touch again similar position, and then he will again play d5, and we were laughing. And actually this was blundered in a classical game by one grandmaster.
Really?
In a classic. I won't reveal, I respect him too much to reveal that his surname, but you can dig it yourself. And it's also funny how my coach, Grandmaster Hulak, he was blundering in tango. He was, okay, knight c6, let's say knight f3. He was blundering d5 like so many times. He wanted to push d5, but then after ed, cd, you're just a pawn down. Because after bishop b4, if you place a piece on d2, you're dropping a pawn. And if you go knight c3, there is knight e7, threatening to d5, and you play e4, you're still dropping a pawn, and there is no way to come out of this position. By the way, I got a message from Etienne. And let's see. Oh, yes, it's my son. Okay. So I will tell. Okay, now I will develop some story and change some messages. So it's his son. I will criticize Etienne now. Come on, buddy, you should have told me. I would have followed his game a little bit closer. So, ChatGPT passing the test?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So with the personal things, ChatGPT is good. With chess, not so much. I looked at the game and I found the blunder. It was a resignation in 1 move. The game has been played in 1981. And this was Michal Chishin against Romanishin.
Yeah, so you revealed the name.
Yes.
So
I know both of them.
Yes.
They're amazing people, actually. But this kind of blunder is happening.
Yeah.
And for sure, it was just miscalculation. And
Romanishin in like beginning of 90s was really like super force.
I played against him.
Romanishin and Pishin, they were like...
And I made a draw. I was so happy.
Keti, drawing versus Lagarde, drawing versus Romanishin. Come on, what's your rating? Something is wrong. So 97, usually, when you play 97, this is a very strange move, Bazdenko. But 97 is something you do when you want to play b6, bishop b7, e6. And then this resembles this Queen's Indian or semi-Tarash when CD happens. I won versus Borsocic, very instructive game. Croatian championship. I surrendered this c file, I push e5, and then I crashed him on the king side. This is something which happens sometimes in those structures. But this 97, e6, usually black plays, as I mentioned, white opted for a variation, which is queen d2. Now you can go queen a5 stuff. But black opted for a line, and this is like a playable line, but white is slightly better. Sometimes you have these kind of structures here, as I said, and then f5. And maybe just Denko wants to avoid that kind of thing, so he's just, at the moment, he's trying to stabilize and avoid this kind of forcing stuff, and hoping that he will get a game where this CD or D5 faster will happen. So this is his concept. It's funny, you know, Keti, that I'm commentating Kosovo's game. Usually I'm commentating like games of top players or games of some profile of the players where I have like some information, but not so much. Here, I can like speak for hours about Kosovo intentions, what he wants to do, what he wants to avoid, where he will go. So I know him, come on. We work together, we play like 20 games. I don't know how many we have in the database. So I really know that player. And of course, okay, so, yeah. Etienne is funny, he said he tried to convince me to play, his son.
Yes?
He tried to convince Etienne to play here, but he lost to Grandilios in World Cup and probably Etienne was shaken. Yeah, big greetings to Etienne, fabulous player. He has also this YouTube channel, or this is something, I think it's Alpha Chess or something like that. He's tweeting, he's streaming. Fabulous player. So b6 just has been played, and now Zdenko is thinking. In his style is now to play something like rook d1. So when you expect some move of bishop e2 or castle, suddenly he plays some move which you don't expect. This is his style. Although my style in this position would be to go some e5. Rook d1, I told you.
Hasn't played, yeah.
Yeah, I told you this guy would play rook d1. Yes.
He's spending a lot of time, right? Or not so much?
Yeah, but he wants
3
to
minutes
avoid.
behind.
Now his main thing that he wants to avoid some forcing thing. When he will get the position where there is no forcing way for black, then he will quick up the process, speed up the process. But he wants to just avoid liquidation because for him, I know how he thinks, this is a like first place matchup. If I win this one,
he's serious about it.
he thinks that he can maybe claim that he's almost there to win. So I know how he thinks. So rook d1. This is instructive. I read some comment of Evgeny Barev. He was Vladimir Kramnik's second top 10 player in the world. I'm not sure Barev. I think he was like maybe second in the world, third. Maybe not so high. But I would be curious that you check his peak rating. He was for sure like 27, 40 or something like that. So now I think he lives in Canada. So Barev said that one, I read this commentary that
27, 40.
20?
27.
Yes, I said 27, 40 and word number 4, his peak, which is
July
great.
1991.
Yeah, and he said that I'm teaching my students not to castle, like to force the castle. If you can sometimes do something, for example, here by bringing the rook, X-raying the queen, you are fighting against some e5 stuff. Maybe now dc5 is also something which worries black. So this is typical in Queen's Gambit and many openings. You need to place your rook on d1 because black has some issues where to place his queen. Okay, Zdenko for sure enjoys this position. For him, it would be much tougher if, for example, Sagado played Slav defense, but I believe that people, they don't know this. I know which kind of positions suit Zdenko more or less, but this kind of position is something where he can be creative, he's safe enough. Much harder is for him if there is some kind of stable, symmetrical position forcing. We have a draw there, or?
Board 5.
Pekach versus Darda.
Darda, draw.
Draw, this is this structure, hanging pawns, sort of, and Darda just
Darda played knight to c6, offered a draw.
Yeah, it's not easy to invent.
Game in the previous round. He should not be unhappy, and so far he has not even lost any single game, so he's doing it quite nicely.
It's not easy to come up with something against Semi-Tarash. Shall we check Trash Talker? Or,
yes, the board 3.
Yeah, let's see how Trash Talker is doing.
Against Motilev.
Let's go board number 3. So let's see how Kadric is doing. Former Bosnian and Herzegovinian chess player now representing
Ooh.
Montenegro. He's an expert.
Let's have a chessboard on the screen, because we're gonna have the exclamation mark for the brilliance.
Just to add, in Budapest Olympiad, he crushed Keimer, which is a huge thing. So he crashed Keimer in Italian. So he's sort of expert of Italian game. Problem of Kadrich that he has super narrow repertoire. He only plays Italian. With black, he plays this D6, G6, and Petrov. But he's an expert in...
Just still laughing about him telling Magnus.
Yes. Let's see who is the best player in the world. Before Blitz game. And then Magnus crushed him. It was like fabulous game.
And I just wonder what was Magnus' reaction.
Of course, yeah. Magnus thinks that this guy is ridiculous, which is a normal. No, okay, I'm always like teasing a bit Dennis. And yeah, interesting player. He also had some issues. I don't know, he was banned by chess.com.
Really?
Yeah, but he was actually claiming that it was without reason. I don't know what happened actually. But so he has he's always somewhere on the verge of some unpopular situations.
But it's not because of fair play, right?
I don't know really.
Okay, let me check more.
Yeah. But we won't bring him in the studio because we are super serious. And there was a technician during the Montenegro European Individual, which was won by Injic. And then this guy in the studio, technician, he's not a chess player. So he's sitting there and he's like doing a broadcast like a technician, and he's listening for many people coming to the studio. And after Kadrich came and started trash talking, when he was leaving, then this guy says, "You are the best." I don't know what was actually
So I just read his Reddit post. Hi everyone, I'm Grandmaster Dennis Kadrich, and the chess.com Fair Play team decided to ban my main account, Keyborg95, that I have had for 15 years for alleged cheating. And then I'm reading the rest.
Yeah, they should have banned him, but for trash talking. Okay, don't want to dig into that story. Let's move on. Let's check how is current situation. So he'll have D takes E, D takes E. Motilov is having this splendid position. Keti, what do you think? How hard is to sit there and have this Bobby Fischer style? I was playing that way when I was a younger player, and to keep the fingers on your head all the time.
Yeah, during the game, you don't really think how you're doing it. You're just finding your best comfortable position to handle the stress, to stay focused. And the players have different type of, it comes very naturally. You cannot just set it up, right? So, and in a different, like for instance, now we see Dennis is like covering his face with the jacket. So it pretty much just, what he's doing?
He's starting to eat, so maybe it's...
Don't do that.
Yes, this is not super healthy.
Don't do that.
Okay, then let's check what's behind.
So I think it's just...
But he's quite nervous. You know, he's very relaxed.
I've seen some videos and photos the way how I'm playing, and I'm like, what? I'm just laying down full body on the board to get closer. Sometimes I prefer to sit a little bit higher to see better the board. It's just, I think it pretty much depends what's the position on the board.
Okay, so let's check second board where we have Lagarde versus David Anton. So what's going on there? This is our board number 2. I'm checking the game. This is a current situation there. Okay. So, what's going on here? Lagarde versus David Anton. It seems that black has solved his problem by exchanging the bishops, but still white has this outpost. And it's usually, it feels like you solve all the problems because you have light squares, pawn chain, and you are lacking this bishop, which is a good sign, but white always plays this bishop g5 stuff. And right behind them, we have Demu versus Ultinevicius. Hang on. Are they playing checkers, Keti? This is funny. We have some...
Love the pawn chain.
Yes. So, see the knights? So what's going on? Basically, black is playing Semish King's Indian. And white is playing King's Indian. Because in Semish King's Indian, you have sometimes this transfer when white goes knight e2, knight c3, and this knight stays on b1, and either goes to d2 or a3, c2. So this is the same thing. More or less, this is, let's say a few moves ago, this is Semish King's Indian.
So f5 was the latest move. White closing the king side, blocking the light square bishop to get on h3, and all kind of potential attack on the king side. And very likely he's claiming that I can break through on the queen side with a3, bishop to d2, queen to 2, b4 somewhere. It's going to be a very long game.
Exactly. But Keti, let's go to board number 4, because Kovalenko is an exchange up with totally winning position. You see how... Okay, Max is a classical player, Warmerdam. And this energy of Kovalenko playing versus classical type of player, he's dominating with creating chances, with putting pressure. But when he's paired versus, for example, probably Jubava, Kozul, it's hard for him to force his style of play.
Black actually voluntarily gave up the rook exchange, hoping that he has a domination on the light squares.
So, this is typical line. Okay. Okay, this is Vasily Ivanchuk enjoying himself. Okay, let's get the board. So this is Kovalenko, as I mentioned, Slav defense. Okay. Slightly better position for white, but then came this sacrifice. Actually, he was outplayed. Kovalenko was up to a task, and yeah, he just get the exchange, and it looks like he's dead lost. Max, is there any chance to muddy the waters? Don't believe so.
How about knight getting on f4?
True.
The thing is that queen is so far from all the actions. And if the queen moves away, then white is ready to push a5, so you can't really do much. And white can also just get this knight on c4 to keep the queen away.
This will happen. So he will just play some rook move somewhere, and then transfer knight to d4 to c4, and then, for example, rook from e3 will stop all the threats. So I believe that he will play some move like preparing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And right behind them, Sahidi versus Jobava, Slovakian player. Samir is quite solid player, and Jobava playing this famous stuff. I think he won versus Karyakin. This was his invention. He gives you space, then he plays g6. Okay, here he went for different course. And he's happy with this. This
now
rook
look
a5.
what he's doing. Rook a5 and queen to a8, just like Varmadan did.
Queen a8. Huh?
Yes, queen a8.
Ordinary day in the office.
Yeah, both of them just copy pasting the moves.
No, but really Badur is fabulous. What do you think? Can he go back to 2700 somehow? I know he's older than before. This is obvious.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And he's actually playing quite a lot of tournaments. He enjoys to play a lot of tournaments, actually. But again, it is so difficult to reach 2700. Unless you are young and you can win a lot of rating points by winning. I hope he gets back, actually. I really hope.
So Queen e3 played by his opponent. And what will now Jobava do? I'm quite curious. Part with his bishop on e4 to take. Go to e7, play rook h5.
I like
How do you
knight.
wait in this position?
I was
Yeah.
thinking somewhere knight to b6, knight c4, knight d5 ideas, but you also allow knight d5 yourself. So maybe something like bishop f8, bishop g7 first to get this bishop here. Not so easy. You might burn a lot of time here to figure it out, the plan.
Yeah.
Goes rook to b5.
Rook
Attacking the
b5.
pawn on b2.
Life is beautiful. He just waits. But it's really mastery because you don't want to change the structure. You want to put some pressure on your opponent and then offer him some chances to go wrong.
Have you noticed that he likes to push the a pawn farther, give the space to rook, and then he likes to rook lift on either on the 5th rank or 6th rank? He's doing quite often with the black pieces.
Varmedam, under heavy pressure, it seems like he's now busted, but still he's playing, of course. Yeah, I spotted that some players, they went to 2650, but it's so hard to... If you don't make this push from 2650 to 2700, then it's hard to stay on 2650. You have some players who can do it, that they are staying on 2650 like all the time, which is, of course, challenging, but it's possible. Let me try to give you some names. Which kind of players are standing on 2650 for like big part of... Okay, it can be like, I don't know, David Anton or some that he's around 2620 until 2660, but maybe he's not the right
Maybe
example.
Wojtaszek or...
Okay, Wojtaszek, he's sort of stronger player, I would say. I wouldn't put him in that group. So I'm trying to recall who is that kind of player who is 2650. Or it can be like Gavin Jones. He's all the time, I have a feeling, 2650, and he's there. Yeah, there are a few more, I believe. Just we should...
The first game, the first board, the Kosovo against Salgado, we have close position. No any single file is open, and seems like they will play a few more moves, but it might end in a draw.
Kosovo is quite skillful in blockading position. Jobava is taking a look of this game. He's trying to figure it out here, but bishop took on e8, took the rook, and now two bishops and a knight and a queen. This is a concept which might be a good try because it looks a bit scary, but white has plenty of material. Actually, this was well played by Max. So you just surrender everything and then go on the other wing to create some mess. And from practical point, it can be a tricky thing. Now I'm like curious. I want to find some player who is 2650 all the time. I'm trying to recall of some play, but for sure there are some players. They sit on 2650 and...
Navarra? Navarra?
No, for me this is like a little bit higher group. So 2650. Let me check the rating list and then I will give you my opinion.
Ivanchuk is pushing with white pieces 10 minutes against 1 minute and 30 seconds against Konstantin Peyrer. Nice strategy by Ivanchuk, winning with white pieces, drawing with black pieces, having some rest. He made in the first 3 rounds the victories, and then he had 2 draws. Then again, he won against Pajadze and then drew against Pansulaya.
Very good. Okay, so 2650 players. You have Nguyen from Czech Republic. You have Grandilius, who is always 2650. he's capable of winning top players, but he's 2650 for like 15 years probably. So that kind of players, they are just sitting on this rating, and you can count on them. They will win against some stronger opponents, but somehow they cannot get to 2700, no matter what they are doing. Grandilius is that kind of player. You cannot underestimate him. He can be like very important player in some team events. He can like go through some rounds at the World Cup. He will never like disappoint fully, but he cannot come to 2700.
Yeah, Grandilius, I remember when
very strong player,
he was...
but I'm curious about his FIDE, let's say, rating chart, how it goes. I believe that is quite stable. Like,
yeah, I remember Grandilius when we were playing youth tournaments with the dreads, like very long hair.
Yeah.
Do you remember him?
Yeah, he have even some Facebook profile or something.
That was very interesting.
Okay.
He was having this for many years.
Dreadlocks, yeah.
Yeah.
Rasta.
Let's see his FIDE.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he was 26 15 years ago, and only 10 years ago, and then he's sitting on this rating. Progress. I'm so curious about his rating progress.
Oh, the resignation.
Yes. Okay, so Kovalenko is back.
Oh, he was very close to 27.
Yeah.
2694. Only needed 6 rating points in 2019, and probably that's the moment when COVID started.
Ivanchuk,
in March.
Ivanchuk won the game. But he's sitting on 20. He's never less than 26.
Yeah.
20
He was
maybe.
very close to 27, but during COVID, a lot of people just lost the rating.
And yeah, he's around 2650, 2680, never less than 2620, and that's it. Very stable player, very tough player to be. I made a draw once, I lost once. Okay, so here let's check this position. We have David Anton playing with the black pieces, one of those players who are similar like Grandilius, very stable.
Salgado, Kosovo, they have made a draw.
Okay, so Kosovo couldn't create a mess.
In case if Lagarde wins against David Anton, he will be the sole leader.
Okay, so let's stick here. Right behind them, Demu versus Putnevic. Come on, this is also Fischer random, Keti.
Yeah, looks like. All the pieces on the 8th rank.
And
Look
here
at that.
we
All
have
the
like...
pieces on the
and
first rank.
how can we teach our youngsters about the development with those games? Okay, so this looks like a dream position for black, but still, because of this setup and some space advantage, engine disagree that black is better, which shocks me a bit.
Yeah, it probably feels very good for black here. There's a very strong attack on the queen side. The king side is quite safe. But maybe the problem here is a breakthrough for black.
In the meantime, Patsulaya is pushing versus Kirill Georgiev. Jaime Santos struggling to win versus Karashoni. Itorizaga is not better versus Moore. Bauer is having French encounter. Yeah, very tough game, very equal. Montenegro Chess Federation President Jovan Milovic is now better. He might win the game. He's totally winning, and if he wins this one, he'll be Keti on 6 out of 8. Oh,
And
not
he has
bad for a
won-
president.
He has won 6 games actually.
Yes.
No draw. 6 games won, 2 games lost.
2200 rated player, my dear friend. So I can say that I'm also rooting for him. But Stoyanovski is also a very nice guy. So let's go back to this position because why Engine is claiming that this is better for white? I don't get it. I know that this can be a thing when you're pressing on the king side. But with stuck king side, claiming that white is better on the queen side, it's a surprising.
Well, the thing is that you cannot really castle. The rook is stuck on h8. If you castle, the moment you castle, white breaks through with g4. Then you cannot move the king on d7 because pawn on f7 is hanging. But you can do king f8, king g7, right? In
Yeah,
that position.
artificial castle, this is typical. But okay, if, like Kasparov said, if we will need to study, when he lost versus Svidler, I think it was Linares. Was it a Linares? Maybe it wasn't a Linares, it was somewhere else. With this bishop e2 in Sicilian on fourth move, if we start analyzing Sicilian with bishop e2, this is the end of chess. We can throw all the books. But here, if this is bad for black, then we can throw the books because it looks like not a dreamed position, but a very good one. And now black made a mistake on queen b5. There is a super nice touch, a4, which I believe will be by Maxim. What do you say, Keti? Will he see it or not? I will go for a4 that he will play it.
a4 in this
Yes.
position.
What do you think? A4 or not? He has 3 minutes to dig it up.
I think he'll see.
So a4 and then b3, and I'm not sure then that black will survive that position because suddenly black pieces, they need to retreat.
I like a4. If you take a4, b3 wins the piece. If you get the queen on a6, then b3 again.
Yeah.
And
Your knight
knight
is shaky,
is
yeah?
kind of stuck. Rook is hanging. What is the save here?
Other
After
way
a4.
would be to go for a checkmate with knight f4, g4.
Yeah.
This is also an option. Knight f4, g4, and okay, you start bringing the pieces. Rook can come via third rank. Okay, he's a very strong player.
He sees
And
this.
Maxime, he sees this. And now this is this decision. Which part of the board you want to target? Queen side or king side? And queen side.
Question
Okay.
has been
And
answered.
b3. Ah, he took on a4. Really? Sure. Ah, he wants to sacrifice a
The
piece.
piece for the... I like this idea. Then he's
Okay.
going to have some kind of chain on the queen side, and maybe this is a practical chance for David and Ton.
But let's emphasize this, Keti. Let's show to the viewers how important it is. So he didn't want to run away because then after b3, knight a3, let's say, rook c6, knight b1, suddenly this looks quite bad. Maybe computer can play with this pawn on a4, b3, but for human it's very tough. So queen a4 was a reasonable decision, and then to sack a pawn. By the
Queen
way,
a2 has been played.
queen a2, okay. Now rook c1, some rook somewhere. Target, it's already forcing. I recall there was a game of Croatian Grandmaster. He played this versus this guy who was cheating from Bulgaria 2200, and he came to one tournament in Croatia. And that was the first round. And my Grandmaster for Croatia, he's playing with white pieces, and there was a tournament with 2200 and above. And he plays first round, and he's playing a weaker opponent. So let's play Slav defense CD, CD. So basically, he's avoiding bullets, but he doesn't understand that he's playing versus computer.
Oy.
So he plays first test, which actually he went through. He plays CD, CD in Slav defense, which is immediately a little bit easier to play against computer. Then suddenly he exchanges the queens. He manages to exchange the queens. And he doesn't understand that he's playing versus computer. And then at some point, the opponent plays bishop c3, Keti, somehow, and plays the bishop on a1. And he thinks, okay, this is crazy, now I will catch the bishop. And he's thinking, and there is no chance to catch the bishop. Okay, at some point, pawn was on b7, and guy plays rook b8. Pawn was on b7, and then he's thinking, why rook b8? And then afterwards, they realize after the game, after actually this guy was revealed and kicked from chess, that there is some line when engine plays bc6 after 15th move, and that's why you need to play rook b8.
Then you're gonna have your open pawn. Oh my goodness.
And then he played for 50 moves more and maneuvers, and there was e6 was drawn, c6 was lost, something like that, and he plays on the wrong square. Because transmission went wrong or something, and he won. So he won against computer, and then that guy was crushing. Kosovo with black, Predovic with black, everyone. And he won the tournament, and then he was catched, and
I have zero sympathy for people who are cheating.
But it was so funny.
They should be banned for
but
life.
it was so funny that he was avoiding bullets, like sneezing and avoiding bullets all the time. When he can go active and he can go like solid, he goes for solid. Yeah. And wins against computer.
No, oh my goodness.
And actually,
that's not correct.
He was catched by Dlugi. He was catched by Dlugi in some tournament in Bulgaria.
Really?
Yeah, that story you can check about this Bulgarian player Ivanov. So.
Yeah, I remember the name.
So here, as you said, we want to put an emphasis about this practical play. It's not important to play the best possible moves. It's important to give your opponent a chance to go wrong. And this actually was happened. And the game was Jovanic versus Grandmaster Jovanic from Croatia versus Borislav Ivanov, Zadar Open. Zadar Open, maybe 2012, something like that. So that was a famous game. Check that game, How to Win versus Computer. So what's going on here?
Wow, a lot of things in chess. I was just thinking if someone just gets my computer and looks the history of the things I'm searching.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They'll have a lot of questions when I'm searching. There's a question in the chat asking how about Rasmus Svane, how he's doing. He was doing pretty nice yesterday. He had 3 out of 3, made 2 draws, quite nice result. But today, 6th and the 7th round, he started quite heavily, lost his game against International Master 2400, International Master, FIDE Master 2000, and now he just won this game.
Can we jump to board number 7, because I see some pawn sand game, very instructive. So let's go to board. Oh, it's a draw. I thought, is there any chance that here we will see a breakthrough? But that's not the case. And here we have a draw. Yeah, we came actually at the right moment.
Time, yes.
Yeah. Is it possible that you have 2 draws at the same time?
This
was really
at the
funny.
Right time, yeah.
And now arbiter needs to spread with 2 hands on both tables, catch the players. He's surprised. And
don't run.
Okay. Don't run. You need to sign. Dennis will put X. No? Okay. So let's check the next board. Let's see Badur Jobava. So Badur is behind Kovalenko, since it should be board number 4, and then behind is board number 8. So let's go board number 4 because you will see this.
Interesting game. Opposite color bishop. Very active pieces, both sides. Here we have
board number 8 is our target. And we will zoom a bit and give you a board. Okay, this is some update. Now we see some sponsors logos on the background.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Second, an exchange. I love the way how he arranged his pieces. Objectively speaking, it might be better for white, but in practical play, this is a mess. And fun will start. So fasten your seatbelts, Keti, and we will enjoy now.
We'll absolutely enjoy. G5 has been played, a beautiful move. If you don't take this pawn, then black can have this knight forever on f4. If you take the pawn, then queen takes it back, attacking the pawn on g4. White's king is not the safest piece. White made the move, and it is what? What did he play?
h6.
h6.
Queen e1, h6.
Queen
I
e1,
like the way,
yes.
because now you don't want to take on g5 because h file will be open. So he's
Ooh, he
locking
closes
the...
the
Yeah, but then knight has even better. Where are your files for your rooks?
Should I go queen to c7 to set up this battery here? No,
No,
it's going
rook
to
d8,
d8.
it's a normal to run away. But you know what can happen here, Keti? It can happen that basically both sides will need to wait. So if you open the position, you might open a Pandora box. So maybe they will just wait a bit. But this is for sure entertaining game because we have also time factor.
Seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
30 seconds for white, 40 seconds
It's
for
much
black.
easier to wait when you are in classical game. Here in Blitz and Rapid, it's not so simple to wait.
King f1.
Okay.
Bishop goes back on d6. The time control, we have 15 minutes plus 10 seconds, so players are getting at this point only 10 seconds on the clock.
So he wants to push c5? Or what is Badur up to? I'm curious.
Oh, he sets up like this. Bishop first and then queen, supporting the diagonal.
Okay, I think he's just waiting. He will wait for a while, and then he will see where to go.
Should he push b5 here?
Okay, he can, but then that can also be an issue in some endgame or something. If you want to push c5, then b5 you don't need. Okay, so he pushed.
Going for that.
Okay. Okay, this is an interesting, that he allowed this knight d3 and then bishop to enter to f4. Oh, I'm not sure that this is the right option, but of course it's not easy to give up the knight. But what if I go, no, c5, I cannot. c5, bishop b5, this is an issue. If I take on d3 and...
I will take an after bishop to f4, I will take that bishop.
Yes,
and then
yes,
I'll take
I was
queen to
thinking
f3.
that this is... But if I go e5, then you take bishop c5. Okay, I'm not
I like
sure.
queen d7, scanning also g4 pawn. Maybe he will prepare somewhere e5 to catch the pawn. And here we have board 6 finished. Let me
Yes.
check the results.
Yeah, it's nice
Board
that we can see.
6, we have Paulius winning against Adrian.
The move, yeah. So c5 came. So he prepared c5 master play. Okay, this is way above my level of play. So kudos to Badur. The way how he arranged. Now I think that he will win. Masterpiece. To study this game, I think this is super instructive for players of like 2400. How to win when you have like some difference in rating, how you arrange the pieces, and how you create some chances.
Queen d2 offering a queen trade in the position where you are exchanged down. Not bad.
But if he
wants
takes,
to take queen c2 and then to play rook to d2.
if you take a thing, then b2 is really an issue. No, this is really, I cannot even explain how much I'm admiring Badur. This is a really... I
white
forgot
had
about
enough.
this.
Traded. And of course, taking on rook on e2 would actually leave b5 and a4 pawn vulnerable there. So that's why rook d6 has been played.
Okay, very well played by Samir. So kudos to him. White will now wait for a while. Black will place his king on g5, trying to push f5. Quite well defended. So queen d2 was maybe mistake. So in that position, he should have waited. Of course, rook f4
Yeah, rook
might
f4
come.
was something that was
But
missed.
with queens on the board, it's a different dynamics. So just to conclude, we have so many draws, Keti, as we were like predicting. Now it's much more close, much more tense. So we have first 3 games ending up in a draw.
Which makes Kosovo, Lagarde, Salgado,
But Lagarde was completely winning.
Paulius, and Kovalenko now
was
sharing the first place.
totally winning, but then at some stage, yeah, David Anton defended super well. Ivanchuk is back to top boards. Pansulaya won versus Georgiev. Croatian player, he's a blitz expert. You will see tomorrow in blitz. Zoran Jovanovic, he is now coming closer to the top, as well as Ante Šarić, Croatian players. Martinovic is dead lost versus Ioannidis, another Croatian player. Karashoni very well playing in this event. Jordan Van Forest is back to top. Iturizaga won this close position. Bauer. You know what's funny? I said to Christian, you are the one I'm rooting for in terms of, I'm telling people how strong you are. Tactics. He said, yes, but that was in past. Now I'm not so strong. You know what happened? He came with this, I told you that there was this local player who is living in France,
Yes.
and I am. And they came together, and you know what happened? At that day, there was a tournament somewhere around Pristina, and he took Christian there. Christian took a prize, and then he came exhausted to the tournament. So I love the way how, like, chess players, you know,
So
sometimes...
it started at 2 and he earlier played
Yes,
there in
yeah,
the
but this
morning?
is funny. You know, chess players tend to complain. But if you offer them a chance to play, they really like to play.
They'll play.
Yeah, so, okay, he's not an IMA, he's FM, Ondozi, Murtez. Okay, basically that's it what we have on top boards. Jovan Milovic now dead lost, so he has misplayed that position. Oh, now I feel bad, I will need to listen this how he was completely winning. I'm joking, pity for him. He was winning. Maurizi winning versus Gustavo Ribeiro, promising. Portuguese Grandmaster, Pajchadze still fighting. Vladimir Georgiev lost. This is strange. So what will happen in this game? Is there any chance that we will
Of
see
a
some...
breakthrough?
Okay, he's moving around, and what is an idea? Rook d1, and then what? Rook f1? Okay, there is a chance to create a threat. It's not so simple. Rook will go to d1. When rook goes to d1, f1, you can be very scared.
The engine gives black already the advantage, slight advantage.
Yeah, it's true. But now you need to solve the critical issue. Rook is threatening to come to d1. No, I think that now it's very tough. How do you save? d1, e1.
Bishop e3 first. Just be ready there if black needs to get the bishop on c1.
But why this move? I don't get it. What was wrong with rook d1? Am I missing something? Bishop d5, what? Bishop d5 and then king goes to f5. Okay, Badur is playing better than I do.
Now rook is on d1.
Yeah, rook f1.
Rook f1 and just get in the pawn. Oh, he's going for it. Oh, wow.
But what was he up to? Why this?
Ooh.
He wants to
d5.
place the bishop to g5? To g4?
Yes. And then takes the pawn on
Okay.
f5. But then in that position, I
rook
can
f3,
take the pawn
yeah.
on f3. Rook to d1. I'm
Why?
not sure about this move.
What was he up to? Rook d1, very strange move. Why did Badur do that? So bishop c1 looks like curtains because now it's some zugzwang. This allows rook e1. Very... Okay, now he needs to outplay him once again.
Now there are less pawns on the board. He was tapping bishop d7, I guess.
Okay. Now he needs to find this way how to sacrifice on g4, rook h1, rook h4. But this is now super tough. I think he realized that he just made a mistake. Of course, he can force a draw.
Was he planning to play rook to d2?
No, but this, it's immediate to draw king d2.
No, it's actually lost for one.
Yes.
For black. Bishop c5.
Okay, king goes, king f5, yes. Not so simple at all. Now he needs to force a draw. Bishop e3. Okay, he will lose this.
Wait, what happens after rook e5?
Yes, rook e5, rook b5, or rook e6,
e6.
yes. Now if you sacrifice, takes on h6, we have a race. Not so simple. Rook f6. What a game. He can lose this.
Oof.
Kudos for Samer to hold. So tough. Rook f6 to take. Because you cannot play bishop g7 due to the rook f7. So if you go bishop f7, rook f7.
And the bishop is trapped.
And some rook f7.
Maybe
This-
rook d8 is the move.
Yeah. Rook d8, yes. But now rook b6. Catching the b pawn. Okay, still not simple. Because now you need to have a different role. You're playing for a win.
King g6.
Yeah, now white is...
Wow.
What a turnaround. It will be very tough for Badur too.
Wow, such a painful game for Badur. Playing so well, outplaying his opponent, and just one inaccuracy.
Very tough. Keti.
That's why we're sitting here.
Yeah.
Not there. Oh, no. Yeah.
In like
knows.
7 moves, the position completely deteriorated. But this is rapid. This is chess. I've seen like even top players
Yeah.
higher rated than Badur to misplay that kind of things. This is chess. King f7. Yes. And now c4, c5. Will he push the pawn?
Maybe it's time to get this king somewhere on the queen side.
I believe that slowly we should outzoom a bit because we will see when the game finishes, you will see some gesture of Jobava, which will be crazy. We can outzoom a bit.
And what white is doing? Just getting the pawn.
Yeah, we will have.
We're ready.
Yeah, we will have a crazy gesture by Jobava.
Yeah, the problem here is not only the h6 pawn, but bishop is also quite misplaced. This bishop should be somewhere on e3 to play rook to bishop to c1. Wait, rook to d7, bishop f6. Okay. Takes the pawn.
Okay, still there is some kind of resistance. Never simple, huh? But okay, I think the main thing is it's a rapid. In blitz, it's so easy to misplay. Here, those 10 seconds,
It's enough.
Yeah, it's enough.
Oh.
Okay, takes on g5, 2 pawns down. Once I draw this kind of position versus
I think there are some
Alojzije,
chances now.
Grandmaster from Russia.
He's just chasing the king. Well, there are some chances here.
Yes, because rook b4 you cannot take, but you have a rook f6. So rook b4. Now you have rook f6 only move. You need to give check and run away. Somewhere. c3, a1. Rook f6 check, yeah? King e7 and bishop c3, let's say. Or bishop a1. Bishop c3.
Wait, can I take bishop a3?
If I take on f6.
Take?
And just push. So he will go to c3. And it's dead loss, but still the game goes on.
Bishop e2? A4?
Okay, a4, yes. And now you wait. It's possible to hold, but as I said, in rapid, it should be enough. In blitz, yeah, I wouldn't be so sure. So how are our guys in chat doing, Keti?
Let's
Yeah,
check.
you can write us. Do you like this event? Are you more for blitz or for rapid?
Or are you guys? Are we even live? Because there is no comment
Yes.
for past 1 hour.
Write us rapid on blitz. Keti, rapid on blitz.
Blitz.
Okay, I will go for rapid.
I want blitz.
I'm a rapid team. Very long game. And then we will have a break, a little bit longer. So how about schedules? Then we have...
This schedule is quite comfortable for the players. So what we have over here is break at 1:30, which 1:30 was the start of the game. Then we have about 2 hours of break, right?
Lunch break, yeah.
Round starts at 3:30. It depends how long this game actually lasts.
Yeah,
So
everyone
we'll
is
be back at 3:30.
looking forward to lunch.
So it's already mixed 1.5 hour.
So, Keti, what do you do? Do you eat much if you are a player playing in this crucial part of the tournament, or you just eat some snack?
I actually, at the chess tournament, I have only 2 meals, not 3 meals. If I'm a player, I skip the breakfast, always. I don't like to wake up. I prefer to have a good sleep because for me it's important to rest well. Then I have lunch, early lunch. Then I have a bit of preparation. I need to have a rest before the game. Then I have a game, and then I have a dinner. And during the chess tournaments, if I don't eat a lot during the dinner, I will lose everything that I have. At the chess tournaments, I lose so much weight that it's incredible. So this is my schedule. What about yours?
Yeah, I like to have a breakfast. I cannot start a day without a breakfast. Okay, I can, but I'm not feeling so comfortable. I can skip the lunch, but then dinner is something which I like to have. I also enjoy it a bit. If we check this from like chess players' routine, then after the dinner there is some emotion be connected with your game, which is just finished. Yeah, I like this dinner. And regarding broadcast, for example, I enjoy a dinner, but then like for half an hour, don't ask me anything. Yeah, just give me some time to chill. And after that, I'm quite happy. Yeah, and yeah, usually tournaments are having like quite good breakfast. This is important. And you know, sometimes sometimes you eat really, really much. By the way, there was this quiz we organized with this World Corporate. I was behind that together with my dear colleague Gunnar Björnsson from Iceland. And one of the questions was, who is the player who mentioned that he eat like beefsteaks or steaks right before the round? Or let's say like with some kind of really tiny.
What is the hint? One hint?
Yeah, okay, so there were like four players. I don't know, Viswanathan Anand.
No.
Yeah,
It's
no,
not
you know
eating
this. Then whom else we have? Karpov, Kasparov, and maybe, I don't know, Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus eats salads and these kind of things.
Okay, so he was not the one. Who
I
was
would
it?
say Kasparov.
Yes, Kasparov was eating steak. His point was, I'm well prepared. I have a big team. In openings, I'm good. My opponent will think, so I can come there with like full stomach. And then later, I will need to convert. I will need to fight.
You
I'm
need
playing
energy.
tough openings, sometimes Sicilian. So I need an energy. That was actually the system, and actually, especially in former times, when players' rate of play was much longer, and then game could last like 5, 6, 7 hours. Yeah, and then this energy, it's quite important to have.
Very
it.
important.
Yeah.
I am the player who plays very long games. I never lose early. I never win early. I never make draws. So all my games are average like 5 hours.
But this is Keti, something which maybe that's why you were not like 2,500 plus or something, because it's very hard.
It's
9
very hard
rounds,
to
you need to
handle
have a
it,
free
yes.
day, sort of free day that you win in 20 moves or something, some game, at least one game.
So what happens to me, I'm starting so nice. I might have even like a 4 out of 4, 3.5 out of 4, round 5, and then after round 6, I'm just going down. Because I don't have energy.
As I said, for example, Deak, Romanian player, he switched his style completely from like some Nidor's poison post stuff. He switched to some position, and average like number of moves plus duration of his game is he's always playing like 80 plus moves, and he's playing like 5+ hours. And long term, okay, so you are like not risking, your results are stable, but in the tournament you need to have some game in Mamedyarov style or something that you win 1 or 2 games by some energy, quick plus preparation. And
that happens to me at the first 2 rounds. But also, I'm talking about the open tournaments. If I'm playing a women tournament, I like that. I like that because in the women tournament, I'm quite I have energy to handle that, and the games are shorter. But in the open section, after like first 2 games are fine because they are lower rated, then my opponents are quite tough. Because for me to play against 2,500 every single round is tough.
yeah, right.
No break. And also, like, they never accept draw. I have to fight draw. And chess players are very rude to women. They have to make draw sometimes. And I also don't like to offer a draw. You know, I don't like to be rejected. And I don't want to put people in a situation that I'm offering draw. So if it happens, and I'm happy with a draw. And that's why the games are all, I'm always the last person in the
We mentioned that you made a draw versus Romanishin versus Lagarde. By the way, I also made a draw versus Romanishin. I was totally winning. Yeah, that means that you deserved your half points and even more.
I was
versus,
fighting, yes.
This is a tremendous effort from Samir.
110 moves meanwhile.
Yes, so kudos for that, to come out of those problems and now cruising towards victory. It's a huge thing.
Some people are saying upper blitz over the rapid. I think it really changed towards the time. I think most of the like professional players, classical chess is a favorite, and that can never be replaced. But then when it comes to rapid and blitz, we can always just, you know, change and rotate there and here. I loved rapid very much, but nowadays I think I'm just having no patience to think, and the blitz is really fast.
I'm the guy who is quite happy with all the variations of chess. Let's leave classical, let's leave blitz, let's leave rapid, even freestyle, I don't mind. So let's have different variation and people will find a way where to enjoy. Yeah. So how do you break this position? So at some point you need a bishop. Bishop c8 is a threat. You win on spot after bishop c8.
Bishop c8 and
bishop b7. Is this just...
Lock the rook.
Yeah, it's just... This looks like totally winning. When bishop comes to b7, that's it. I love those tiny aesthetic things in chess. When bishop on b7 lands and connected with the pawn, like controlling, covering higher valued piece. It's some, I don't know, you can, if we like, there was a book of Garry Kasparov, how life imitates chess. And actually, this is something like inspiring that with some teamwork, you can, how they call this, synergy, 2 + 2 is 5, that you can do a lot. Okay, now now it will be very interesting to follow this. Let's move the board. Now Jobava will start. Don't, please wait for arbiter, don't push. Leave him, yeah. Okay, congratulations by Roman, president of Slovakian Chess Club. Yeah, Badur is very disappointed, but as expected.
Oh, he's very emotional. He likes to... He's very loud right now.
Yes.
I'm sure about that. Georgian temper.
We see Tamas is politely asking him to sign, not immediately. I like this, respect this a lot. Takis then say, okay, it's a moment maybe that they start signing. So thanks for that.
Yeah, Tamas is really good. We like to have him on the top board.
Yes.
Yeah, like he will do like this whole, like even during the lunch, he will be talking about that game.
A legendary player. Without him, without Vasily, with all those guys, chess tournaments.
It will be very boring.
Yes. And now when he sees me, he will say on Croatian, brate, or let's say, you see vidio šta sam napravio? And then he'll say, brate, did you see what I just did? Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, but what a nicely done by both players. Kudos to both players. But I kind of had a feeling that Summer had some kind of respect to him, and probably he's very proud to win against Badur Jobava.
Yeah, big kudos to Slovakian players. He's sort of the one who is performing the best in terms of Grandmasters competition. So he's an IM. So this is a huge thing. So big kudos to Samir. So we can just
summarize the round.
Read the standings. So we have Maxime Lagarde, Zdenko Kožul, Ivan Salgado Lopez, Paulius Pultinevicius, and Igor Kovalenko, 7 out of 8. And then a group with 6.5 points, really big group with Darda, Ivanchuk, Pansulaya, Pehac, Sahidi, David Anton, Ioannidis, Livajic, Šarić, Ante, Kadrić, Motilov, Jovanovic. So we will see now crucial part of the tournament after this break. We will have a new link, so we want to give this info to you. You will find a new link. We will terminate this broadcast that you don't wait for 2 hours, and then we will open a new link. So please prepare and check that link, not to miss it. So this one will be
3:30 is our meeting time, and you guys, we're not starting without you, so please be back. And we're gonna have the final rounds in a few hours. We're gonna have new European champion in Rapids, and you don't want to miss any of the actions.
Yeah.
So see you soon.
See you soon.